Chapter 935, Command the World. Chapter 935, Command the World. Kill. You want to go and kill Yang Yun now? Li Yuxiao stammered, his eyes wide open. He never expected that Lin Ming would have this idea. If an ordinary person were to learn of Yang Yun's plans, they would subconsciously think of escaping. Yang Yun had arranged a wide network of transmission arrays, but no matter how great it was, it still wouldn't be enough to cover the vast and endless sea. As long as Lin Ming hid deep enough in the deep sea, somewhere that was several dozen million miles beyond the nearest transmission array, Yang Yun would have to run his legs off if he wanted to find him. Lin Ming actually didn't think of running away. Instead, he decided to take this chance to kill Yang Yun. This was really bewildering. Little brother Lin, don't you think this might be a bit reckless? Shabai asked, a bit unsure. He felt that Lin Ming's idea was too crazy, but it was also consistent with Lin Ming's usual style. He had always been like this. At just the late revolving core realm, Lin Ming dared to risk his life to cross into life destruction and challenge every destiny decree master of the Azura Divine Kingdom by himself. Moreover, he had obtained victory in the end. This was a valor and determination that couldn't be possessed by the average person. After closing up, Yang Yun should be more powerful than White Demon. Even if his supernatural powers haven't been completed, he still has the qualifications to be the highest under the heavens. Fairy Snow Gale pressed her eyebrows together. She didn't try to persuade Lin Ming, instead only stating this fact. She didn't know about the battle between Lin Ming and White Demon, so she could only guess just how strong Lin Ming was. However, according to the choices and actions Lin Ming took in the past, he wouldn't make such an insane decision unless he had confidence in himself. Highest under the heavens? That is only the Sky Spill continent's highest under the heavens. Lin Ming's words left everyone speechless. Only the Sky Spill continent's highest under the heavens. How could any of them respond to such brave words? In Fairy Snowgale and Lu Yuxiao's life, their ultimate goal was to reach the late Divine Sea realm, but even that seemed a nearly impossible dream. As for someone like Shang Yutian, he only managed to break through to the Divine Sea with lucky chances. His life's goal was to find heavenly materials that could extend his life and help him stay on the mortal coil for a few hundred more years. As for the late Divine Sea realm, becoming the highest under the heavens, those were simply legendary existences to him, stories that had no relation to him at all. It could be said that to everyone here, Yang Yun was the same as those ancient inimitable kings like the Demon Emperor and the Eightfall Thunder Emperor, a nearly unreachable boundary for them. But to Lin Ming, it wasn't all that much. Little brother Lin, you. Shabai wasn't sure what to say for a moment. Yang Yun has deeply hidden abilities and his talent is also high. He's just over 40 years old, but his cultivation is at the 8th stage of life destruction, early Divine Sea realm. If you underestimate him, then the one who eats a loss will be you. Lin Ming shook his head. Patriarch Shabai, life in the universe is endless and infinite, and the road of martial arts has no end or limit. Although Yang Yun is formidable, he is still only at the 8th stage of life destruction, early Divine Sea realm. Within the Divine realm, this sort of talent isn't much at all. And in terms of lucky chances, he managed to encounter the remnant soul of the late Divine Transformation Ancient Devil and obtained his guidance. Even with all the resources at his disposal, so what? Within the Divine Realm, there are geniuses that have world kings as their masters. Moreover, their talent, their resources, everything they possess is countless times superior to Yang Yun. Within the 3,000 boundless universes, there's countless individuals like Yang Yun. But nearly all of them perish as they walk on their own roads of martial arts. If Yang Yun was better than average in an aspect, it would be that his plans and ambitions are high. But on the road of martial arts, one needs a great destiny, a great will, great talent, and nearly endless resources gathered today. Only then would they have a faint hope of continuing forwards. In this, Yang Yun is far from comparing to any of them. If a mere Yang Yun can force me to hide deep within the South Sea for 8 to 10 years before returning, then I have no need to further walk down my road of martial arts. I might as well stay in the Sky Spill continent and be happily content with being the highest under the heavens. Lin Ming's words left everyone, especially proud-hearted talents like Duanmu Kun, utterly silent. Lin Ming clearly intended to enter the divine realm and already was planning his ascension. While those present all laid their eyes on the late divine sea as their goal, Lin Ming already looked above that towards the divine realm, seeing the geniuses there as his competition. Such a disparity could no longer be put in words. Fairy Snowgale was silent for a while, and then said with a worried voice, "Lin Ming, although you taking advantage of the time when Yang Yun's devil arts haven't reached perfection could be considered grasping the time, but time is still inferior to terrain. Yang Yun is cultivating deep within the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom's Divine Palace. The Nine Furnace Divine Palace has a great array formation protecting it. It won't be easy for you to forcefully break in." Fairy Snowgale was from the White Clan, one of the subordinate family clans of the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom. She had a very good understanding into the layout and defensive measures in place at the Nine Furnace Divine Palace. The deepest center of the Nine Furnace Divine Palace was the area within the entire Sky Spill continent with the richest and purest heaven and earth origin energy. It was natural to assume that Yang Yun was cultivating there. What Fairy Snowgale says is correct. But although time isn't as important as terrain, terrain isn't as important as the will of the people. In order to complete his supernatural powers, Yang Yun has already lost the heart of the people. Even if the Nine Furnace Divine Palace has a great array formation, it still needs people driving the activation to display its might. Since Yang Yun is in closed-door seclusion, how can he possibly do so? As for others, even if they are the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom's Divine Sea powerhouses, they likely won't be going to give their lives for someone like Yang Yun who was willing to kill his own great-grandfather. He's a devil who used despicable strong-arm tactics to take control of all the Divine Sea powerhouses under the heavens. With such injustice, there's no support from him among his people. Now is the time to strike. Fairy Snowgale, Divine Emperor Li, Sage Shong, I ask you to help gather all of the Divine Sea powerhouses that have a tracing mark planted within them to gather here. I'll help erase all of their tracing marks at once, and afterwards we'll go through the transmission arrays Yang Yun has set up to go straight to the Nine Furnace Divine Palace. I'll place down an array plate, gather everyone's attacks together, and break through that great array formation. At that time, Yang Yun and I will have our final showdown. Lin Ming's words were filled with a gritty daring and also held a deep confidence and glory. This was the so-called king's aura. If someone heard these words, it was easy for them to be infected by the stirring emotions. Fairy Snowgale sighed in her heart. This sort of confidence and valor was slowly accumulated over time. If Lin Ming didn't cultivate the martial path and stayed in the mortal world, he'd still be able to become an emperor among the people. Okay. I'll summon everyone. Shong Yutian and Li Yuxiao said in unison. In order for Yang Yun to complete his devil arts, he had offended every divine sea powerhouse in the world. All these wandering people only lacked a leader to rally behind. Once they found one, they could unite and launch a counterattack on Yang Yun. Lin Ming was the best choice to be that leader. After they had their tracing marks erased from them, they'd inevitably be grateful to Lin Ming. With dozens of divine sea powerhouses joining forces in a single barrage of attacks, even the Nine Furnace Divine Palace's array formation might not be able to withstand them. Trapped there, Yang Yun would have dug his own grave. Shong Yutian and the others all lit up a series of sound-transmitting talismans. Over half of Yang Yun's transmission array network had been completed. With knowledge of the approximate position of the martial artists as well as these sound-transmitting talismans that could travel millions of miles, it would be quick to spread the message and gather everyone here. Shua. 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 Array symbols were drawn and shot into the array, joining together with an array flag. An array disc spun around in the air, quickly expanding and evolving into a large array formation as it slowly fell down. There was a man and woman here. Both of them were divine sea powerhouses that were arranging a long-distance transmission array. This was the task that Yang Yun had given them. Looking at the great array formation being completed, the man let out a light breath. He sighed, sounding a bit morose as he said, "That's the 12th transmission array finished and we still have 20 days left. It seems that finishing this task won't be a problem. Though I have no idea whether or not there's any problems or mistakes when these transmission arrays are created. This transmission array task was an absolute order upon death by Yang Yun. If they couldn't complete them in time, the consequences would be disastrous. The woman was silent as if she didn't hear anything that was being said. As the man saw this, his heart ached. He gently whispered, "Yua, don't worry. Perhaps things aren't as bad as they seem. Maybe there's some other reason those several divine sea powerhouses went missing." The man didn't know how to comfort and assure her. The man and woman were a married couple. The woman was called Yua, and she had a tracing mark left in her by Yang Yun. But that didn't matter. What was important was that she possessed a variation bloodline called the Moonlight bloodline. Before now, 7 divine sea powerhouses that possessed a variation bloodline had gone missing. 3 of them were determined dead, and the other 4 were likely to have perished. The one who did all this was most likely Yang Yun. How could she not feel despair about all this? She felt like nothing more than a lamb in a cage, waiting to be slaughtered. The man spoke a few words but couldn't continue. He was a bit stronger than Yua. If this were the past and her life was in danger, he definitely could have spoken some brave words that he would protect her and keep her safe no matter what. But now, facing Yang Yun, all he felt was hopeless. The disparity between them was just too great. If he said any words about protecting his wife, even he wouldn't believe them. As the man was thinking about what to say, a flame suddenly lit up in front of him. It was the light of a sound-transmitting talisman. The message was passed to both the man and the woman. "Li Yuxiao, what could the 7-star Divine Emperor want from us?" The man was startled as he heard the message. He solemnly listened on. The sound-transmitting talisman was very lengthy. When Li Yuxiao's message mentioned Yang Yun cultivating the great blood-refining art and killing the 7 variation bloodline divine sea powerhouses to help do that, the man's entire body trembled with rage. But as for Yua, her face turned paler than death and her lips quivered. Although Li Yuxiao had no evidence, neither of them doubted his words. The 2 of them were also able to distinguish between right and wrong, and there was also no reason for Li Yuxiao to lie to them. In the past they had only made some faint guesses as to what happened and they still held on to some hope. But now that they knew the exact situation, this knowledge pushed them into the abyss of despair. Yang Yun, that damned beast. The man clenched his jaws, his heart overflowing with rage and animus. It had to be known that within many demonic path cultivation methods, the slaughter path and obscenity path weren't separated. If his wife were to be taken by Yang Yun, then who knew just what would happen to her? He wholeheartedly cultivated martial arts his entire life, even reaching the highest level of this continent, the Divine Sea, becoming a peerless emperor. But in the end, he couldn't even protect the woman he loved. The man clenched his fists until his nails broke his flesh, drawing blood. However, as the message continued, his hands actually gradually relaxed. His eyes flashed with anticipation, surprise, and disbelief. Lin Ming has returned. He wants to gather all divine sea powerhouses of the Sky Spill continent to attack the 9-furnace divine palace, and he can even erase the battle spirit tracing mark in us? As the man looked at his wife, he could also see that she was shocked by the message. But within this shock, there was also a budding glimmer of hope. Even if they couldn't defeat Yang Yun, just erasing the tracing mark was a life-saving favor. Not even 4 years have passed and Lin Ming wishes to fight Yang Yun. How could he have such strength? The man muttered. He also says he can remove the tracing marks. Does that mean his battle spirit has reached silver perfection? Is that even possible? Yua crumpled the sound-transmitting talisman flame in her hand. She bit her lips and said, "No matter what it is, I must go and take a look. Even if I have to die in battle, I won't allow Yang Yun to treat me as a pig to be raised in a pen." Chapter 936, Erase Them All. Chapter 936, Erase Them All. Within the 100,000-mile-long White Cloud mountain range, in a deep and desolate canyon. Here over 50 divine sea powerhouses had gathered within 3 days. Except for the 20-some divine sea powerhouses from the Azura Divine Kingdom and their subordinate influences and also the Northwest Great Desert, nearly every divine sea powerhouse from the Sky Spill continent had arrived here today. 7-star Majesty, where is Sage Lin? Yes, Where is Sage Lin? Everyone began to ask Li Yuxiao. In particular, those that had tracing marks within them or those that had a variation bloodline or divine body were especially impatient. It had to be known that most of these people had tracing marks within them and were tightly controlled by Yang Yun. If they revolted against him and won, everything would be happy and wonderful. But if they lost, it meant death. A divine sea powerhouse had thousands of years of life and were also overlords of their own lands. Which one of them was willing to die? If Yang Yun hadn't forced them into a dead end, none of them would have desperately risked their lives to resist him. If they were to place their lives on the line in a final struggle, they needed a qualified leader to command them. Otherwise, rather than walking into the jaws of death, wasn't it better to linger on alive? No one doubted Lin Ming's talent. Within the last 100,000 years of the Sky Spill continent, he stood at the pinnacle of all geniuses. But many of these people actually lacked faith in his strength. 3 to 4 years ago, Lin Ming hadn't even been comparable to an ordinary divine sea powerhouse. In such a short span of time, no matter how many lucky chances Lin Ming obtained, was it actually possible for him to possess the strength to challenge Yang Yun? As everyone anxiously waited, Lin Ming finally emerged from the White Cloud Mountain Range's cave dwelling. His clothes were white and unblemished, his aura was restrained, and every step he took was peaceful as if he stepped on the void, carried by the wind. Please remain patient. Lin Ming lifted his hand. His voice contained an invisible energy field, making all those who heard him calm down and feel relaxed. His Lin Ming. He looks a bit different from the portraits that Yang Yun has given us. Indeed. Although the appearance is similar, the atmosphere and temperament around Lin Ming cannot be contained in a simple portrait. I've seen many mighty people in my life. Some have a tyrannical momentum, brutal and aggressive, and some have a steady aura as if they returned to their true self, indiscernible from a mortal. But the feeling I get from Lin Ming is stranger. When I look at him, I feel like I'm facing the endless starry skies. There is no order, no borders, no limit. It is impossible for me to speculate on him. The one who spoke was a blue-clothed old man. He had a long white beard, and he stood atop a spinning compass that floated in the sky. This old man was named the Sage Heaven Mirror. He was a martial artist that had relied on his own strength to break into the Divine Sea, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the Middle Divine Sea realm. Before the appearance of Yang Yun, Old Man Good Fortune, White Demon, and a few others, his strength had once been ranked in the top 10 of the Skyspill continent. Rumors said that the compass underneath his feet could even look into the past and prophesize the future. It was extremely mysterious. The reason that Sage Heaven Mirror had such a great prestige and fame amongst the divine sea powerhouses of the Skyspill continent was because of his sight. As he first looking at Lin Ming, he felt as if he were staring at a chaotic starry sky. In truth, this was the Grand Mist Space. Sage Heaven Mirror, you have the best sight amongst us. What do you think Lin Ming's chances of defeating Yang Yun are? I'm a bit dubious about this. Perhaps after another 5 to 6 years pass, he might have that possibility. Sage Heaven Mirror said, the future is comprised of infinite changes and truths. To calculate it is easier said than done. With my current cultivation, foreseeing the destiny of a mortal nation is possible, but to discern the future fate of a true dragon, I do not possess that ability. Sage Heaven Mirror shook his head again and again, attracting Lin Ming's eyes. Lin Ming thought to himself, I never thought that this world would actually have such an exquisite divination cultivation method. This is quite amazing. Sage Lin, can you unravel the tracing mark in our bodies? A soothing and melodious woman's voice suddenly rang out. The one who spoke was Yua. She had a variation bloodline and also a tracing mark on her. If Yang Yun wished to kill her, there would be nowhere for her to escape to. That's right, could you lift the tracing mark from us first? Some people echoed Yua's thoughts. This was the most important immediate goal for them. If they didn't have the tracing mark within them, then even if they lost they still had a chance of escaping. Although Lin Ming was well known for his powerful battle spirit, the people present found it hard to believe that he could reach silver perfection in just a few years. After all, Lin Ming's cultivation was only at the 5th stage of life destruction. According to the reports from Fairy Snowgale, One needed to have stepped into the boundaries of the late divine transformation to acquire a perfect silver battle spirit. From the fifth stage of life destruction to the late divine transformation realm, the distance between was already beyond their imaginations. I can. Lin Ming stretched out his hand and flicked his fingers. A grey arrow of energy zipped into Yu's body. This grey energy was the Grand Mist battle spirit. Although it was only at the silver large success level, the quality it possessed was superior to the ancient devil's perfect silver battle spirit. The battle spirit drifted within her body. It turned into a silver-grey spear that aimed towards the battle spirit mark and violently stabbed at it. Catcher. The battle spirit mark shattered like glass as it was instantly erased. Ho! A grey energy flew out from Yu's body. She blinked several times, a dazed look on her face. Was it over? The tracing mark is gone? Yu's husband asked, flabbergasted. He too had a battle spirit. Although it was only at the most basic bronze forming stage, he could still sense that the battle spirit mark within Yu's body had disappeared. In just several blinks of an eye, the tracing mark that Yang Yun had left within them, a dearth perk that caused them to have trouble eating and sleeping for these past few years, was actually pulled out like radish and chopped up by Lin Ming. This was just too easy. There were a good number of divine sea powerhouses that had a battle spirit. They also soon realized this. This proved that the potency of Lin Ming's battle spirit was greater than Yang Yun's. A silver-grey battle spirit, how could it be silver-grey? Sage Heaven Mirror couldn't understand what was happening. He had a great deal of understandings into the ranks of battle spirits, but he had never heard of a silver-grey battle spirit before. Lin Ming naturally wouldn't explain further. He said, "We're going to speed this up. Yang Yun should have already discovered that his battle spirit mark has been erased. In 10 breaths of time, I'll erase everyone's battle spirit marks, then we'll collectively go the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom through the transmission array and annihilate Yang Yun." Lin Ming's words were filled with a zealous energy and the confidence that belonged to a king. 10 breaths of time? How could he possibly do that in 10 breaths of time? Some people began to wonder if Lin Ming had made a slip of the tongue. But at this time, Lin Ming flicked his fingers again and dozens of silver-grey battle spirit energy balls shot out, each separately piercing into the divine sea powerhouses like a barrage of javelins. All of the martial artists glanced at each other, stupefied. Did Lin Ming plan to erase all of their battle spirit marks together in a single go? This was far too aggressive. They had all thought they needed to be extremely careful in lifting the battle spirit marks, slowly wearing them down with will over an extended period of time in order to completely erase it. When Lin Ming had wiped out the battle spirit mark in Fairy Yu's body in just a few blinks of the eye, that was already astounding enough to them. They never thought that the next action Lin Ming would take would be even crazier. He wanted to obliterate every battle spirit mark at the same time. In truth, this wasn't too strange. Lin Ming's Grand Mist battle spirit was more intense than the ancient devil's battle spirit. If the ancient devil could leave behind multiple spirit battle marks, Lin Ming could also erase multiple battle spirit marks at once. Peng peng peng. Nearly indiscernible sounds came from everyone's bodies, as if a soul was breaking. In just 10 breaths of time, several dozen battle spirit marks were completely and thoroughly destroyed by Lin Ming. This scene left everyone speechless and in shock. Maybe, just maybe in another 3 to 4 years, Lin Ming really had the possibility of growing to a level where he could defeat Yang Yun. At this time, deep within the 9 Furnace Divine Palace, Yang Yun was completely immersed within a blood pond. His cultivation had reached a critical point. His entire body was covered in a diagram of blood. Viscous blood was sucked into his mouth, spreading through his meridians and seeping out of his pores. A faint trace of bloodline energy and essence remained within his body. In between Yang Yun's eyebrows, the vertical red line began to slowly split open, revealing a bright red eyeball. This eyeball was also wrapped in a layer of blood essence. It looked extremely ghostly and eerie. Around Yang Yun, the blood Tao diagram slowly contracted as if it were about to fuse into his body. As it shrank, it beat like a heart in a macabre fashion. It's time. Once I absorb this blood Tao diagram, my great blood refining will nearly be complete. All I'll have to do next is to fully form this blood law eye. In another month or two, my great blood refining art will reach large success. At that time, I can use the blood law eye to absorb a trace of Lin Ming's bloodline and then find him anywhere within 1,000,000 miles. I'll hunt him down, kill him, and wrest away his destiny. With his great secrets in my hands, I'll step onto the peak of martial art. The red line between Yang Yun's eyebrows was the third eye of the great blood refining art, the elementary form of the blood law eye. Once this eye was completely formed, it could be used to search for Lin Ming in a range of 1,000,000 miles. As for obtaining the aura of Lin Ming's bloodline, he had already obtained that when he fought with Lin Ming several years ago at the Temple of Marvels. To use the blood law eye to absorb the aura of a bloodline, he would then completely understand Lin Ming's position. This was the absolute best method he had decided to search for Lin Ming using the great blood refining art. Blood Tao diagram, flesh and blood astral body, combined two as one. Yang Yun roared and energy erupted from his body like a volcanic explosion. A rich power of blood rose up, solidifying into tentacles. Every tentacle was only as thick as a finger, but there were thousands of them all together. Pa 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 pa. These tentacles latched onto the blood Tao diagram, wanting to completely drag it into Yang Yun's body. The tentacles contracted as they pulled against the resistance of the blood Tao diagram's natural strength. As for Yang Yun, his eyes turned blood red, and veins stuck out from his body like wriggling worms. He was using his complete strength in the process. Almost there. I'm almost there. Yang Yun grit his teeth and watched as the blood Tao diagram nearly completely sank into his body. But at that moment, he felt a deep pain stab into the deepest recesses of his soul, as if he was being pierced by needles. Millimeter? What? As Yang Yun was distracted, the blood Tao diagram broke free from 1/10 of the blood tentacles and began to expand outwards again. Someone has erased my battle spirit mark? Yang Yun was enraged. A battle spirit mark was connected to his main battle spirit. If it was forcefully wiped out, it'd naturally have an impact on his body. Especially as he was in the most critical moment of his cultivation. If there was any mistake during the process, then it was possible he could fall into obsession. But if it were only a single battle spirit mark being erased, that was also easily withstood. Chapter 937, Failure at the End. Chapter 937, Failure at the End. Yang Yun took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with a thick killing intent. Because he was closed up in seclusion, he had no time to bother tracking those divine sea powerhouses who he had implanted with his tracing mark. He also didn't know that they had gathered together until one of his tracing marks was erased, causing him to experience a stabbing pain in his soul. Although these battle spirit marks had been left by the ancient devil, Yang Yun had swallowed the ancient devil and their two souls had fused together. The ancient devil's battle spirit mark was now the same as his, and erasing this mark caused him pain. Every battle spirit mark I left behind is different. The battle spirit mark that was erased was from a woman called Yua. To think that she'd actually dare to betray me. I wonder what methods she used to erase the tracing mark. Could this be Lin Ming's work? Yang Yun shook his head. That's unlikely. Even if Lin Ming's will is strong, it's impossible for him to achieve a perfect silver battle spirit in just a few years and at only the 5th stage of life destruction. Perhaps it might be because of some treasure that old man Good Fortune found from 100,000 years ago. That old geezer had far too many cards in his hands, and is also crafty like a fox. Once I finish my blood law eye, I'll find and eradicate him from this world. I still have a wisp of his blood vitality with me. Yang Yun coldly smiled. He always had contingencies in place. Once his great blood refining art was completed, he would find old man Good Fortune and draw out all his blood essence. Yang Yun separated his thoughts and stretched out the tentacles to catch the blood Tao diagram again. In that shock just now only 10% of the blood tentacles had fallen off. The impact wasn't too great. This battle spirit mark was erased during the most critical time of my cultivation, nearly causing me to taste defeat. After I reach large success in my cultivation, Fairy Yua, I'll slowly take back this debt. It also seems as if you have a variation bloodline, Heh. Yang Yun smiled, but his smile contained a certain cruelty to it. There was no longer the handsome and elegant demeanor he possessed in the past. A part of this was because the great blood-refining art had changed his temperament, but the second, more direct reason was that he had swallowed the ancient devil's soul. However, he didn't have the ability to wipe out the ancient devil's spirit mark. After they fused together, this would inevitably cause his personality to be influenced by the ancient devil. In fact, the current Yang Yun was no longer purely Yang Yun, he was the fusion form of Yang Yun and the ancient devil, with Yang Yun maintaining the final command. Such a fusion form was an extremely unstable state. Yang Yun's only choice was to rapidly increase his boundary in a short time and thoroughly refine the ancient devil's soul, restoring his pure self. Otherwise, there was a chance that he would fall into depravity and become a twisted lunatic. Yang Yun's hands flashed and several hundred seals flew into the sea of blood. Blood Tao diagram, flesh and blood astral body, combined two as one. Energy erupted from his body once again. Crimson tentacles shot forth like arrows, latching onto the blood Tao diagram and contracting once more. With great difficulty, the Tao diagram nearly entered into his body, but at this time, his body suddenly shook. A great pain burst up within his spiritual sea, nearly cracking it apart. The impact on Yang Yun's consciousness caused several thousand blood tentacles to break apart. At this moment, several dozen battle spirit marks that Lin Ming had left in the bodies of the divine sea powerhouses had suddenly shattered. Yang Yun's own divine soul came under a tremendous impact. If this was an ordinary moment, this attack wouldn't have mattered to Yang Yun. Besides some slight pain to his spiritual sea, there wouldn't be any direct damage. But now, this was the most critical period of his cultivation. The sudden shock to his spiritual sea had nearly caused him to fall into madness. It had to be known that demonic cultivation methods focused on speed, a road to obtaining power no matter the cost. Compared to the slow and steady orthodox cultivation methods, the risks were over 100 times greater. In absorbing the flesh, blood essences, or divine souls of others, it was easy to also inhale the chaos of their consciousness, leading to all sorts of dangers. For instance, this great blood-refining art absorbed the bloodlines of others. But this made it easy for one's own blood vitality to be mixed up in disorder. Even if one diligently practiced this cultivation method, it'd still be easy to fall into madness, much less when one received a critical disturbance. Puff. Yang Yun violently vomited a mouthful of blood. He lost control of the violent and frenzied blood vitality all around him and suffered a severe backlash. Blood vessels bursted apart all over his body, and even his meridians were damaged by the tyrannical energy. This power of blood contained a very thick resentment. This was left behind by the agony and unwillingness of those that had died, who wanted to die and have their blood essence drawn out for others to swallow up and use for cultivating their martial arts. Those that died had walked the road of martial arts their entire life, and yet this was their final fate. How could the dead possibly accept this? If their unwillingness wasn't reconciled with, this would transform into resentment. In particular, those divine sea powerhouses that had comprehended their own battle spirit, their resentment was even more powerful. Once this resentment fused into their blood vitality, it'd form an intangible will form. If one couldn't suppress this resentment, then it would come back to bite them. Those that cultivated martial arts had to be careful of the karma they sowed and the karma they reaped, or else they'd have to bear the power of resentment. Damn! Yang Yun savagely roared, just like a wounded beast. However, his will was still strong enough that he had attained a perfect silver battle spirit. He forcefully suppressed the endless resentment in the sea of blood. His hair was stained red, sticking to him like a sheet of crimson oil. He looked like a devil that had climbed out from the abyss of hell. As the blood Tao diagram lost the shackles of the blood tentacles, it began to violently expand. The Tao diagram sank into the sea of blood, expanded to over 100 times its size before fusing into the sea of blood and thoroughly vanished. Yang Yun was incensed. After coming under the influence of the ancient devil's personality, he was no longer the gentle and collected Yang Yun of before, the Yang Yun who was unfathomable in his thoughts. The current Yang Yun was quick to anger and easily driven to extremes. Just who was it, who was able to erase dozens of the tracing marks I left behind in just a few breaths of time? Could it really be Lin Ming? Could he have had another fortuitous encounter? Yang Yun became gloomy, his face darkening. He spent several months forming this blood Dao diagram, and when he was just about to succeed, he failed instead. If he had absorbed this blood Dao diagram, his chances of breaking into the Middle Divine Sea would have been far higher. But now he would have to expend several more months of hard work. He also needed the 1 to 2 months afterwards to form the Bloodlaw Eye. Added together, that was nearly half a year of time. This meant that he'd have to give Lin Ming another half year to grow. Yang Yun was fearful of Lin Ming's talent. He didn't want to allow him that much time. These ants actually dare to resist me and ruin my plans. After I kill Lin Ming, I'll execute all of them. Yang Yun fiercely spat out. At this time, an old and discordant voice raucously laughed from the depths of his soul. Jeje, Yang Yun, you little ungrateful beast. Do you really think that you've swallowed me? How laughable. Even now, you've already been subconsciously assimilated by me. Haven't you noticed it yet? The original you would have never said such words, but now you are no longer you. You've already lost who you are. The old and discordant voice echoed in Yang Yun's spiritual sea. Yang Yun's eyes suddenly turned cold. You old thing, if you think that you can break my heart of martial arts, then get lost. Sooner or later I'll completely refine you so that you can no longer affect my personality. Now, screw off. Yang Yun shouted out, and the old voice was immediately engulfed back into nothingness. The ancient devil was only a shattered soul fragment now. He had no ability to resist Yang Yun. Yang Yun suddenly rushed out from the blood pond. His entire body was soaked in blood and his hair was a chaotic mess. His 3 eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty crimson light. There was no longer a hint of the previous dignified aura of the 9-furnace crown prince. Half a year. I have to let Lin Ming grow for another half year. Damn it all. If I want to kill him, I must take advantage of the time before he's fully grown. In this half year, my chances of breaking into the Middle Divine Sea are high, but who knows just what sort of progress Lin Ming will make. Yang Yun took out several soul recovery pills and healing pills and swallowed them all. His current condition was extremely poor. Many of his meridians were damaged and his spiritual sea was in turmoil. His will had managed to suppress the chaotic resentments within him. Otherwise, if he left these hidden dangers freely roaming, they would cause him to lose his mind in the future and fall into a demented state. Just as Yang Yun was recuperating, a flame suddenly lit up in front of him. It was a message from an Azura Divine Kingdom powerhouse. After hearing the message, Yang Yun shot up, his heart seething with rage. Over 50 Divine Sea powerhouses have gathered outside the 9-furnace Divine Palace and want to break through the Great Array formation. And the white-clothed youth leading them is most likely Lin Ming. Lin Ming. I want to fight him, and yet he took the initiative to deliver himself to my door. Yang Yun's eyes flashed. He didn't expect that Lin Ming would actually be bold and resolute in his actions. He had gathered the Divine Sea powerhouses of the Sky Spill continent to siege the 9-furnace Divine Palace. He had concocted a plan to hunt Lin Ming down throughout the entire world, but before this plan was completed, Lin Ming had come to him. This ruthless and valiant daring caused Yang Yun to be shocked. He actually chose this time to come. Damn it all. It looks like those dozens of Divine Sea powerhouses all have the tracking marks erased from their bodies. Is this his handiwork? Just how did he do this? Yang Yun grimaced. Lin Ming had erased his tracking marks, causing him to be injured at his most critical time. He then rushed over here full of momentum to kill him. Whether this was intentional or not, for Lin Ming to reach this step was extremely terrifying. Lin Ming's momentum was like a beam of light while he suffered a backlash of blood vitality. There was no way he could fight Lin Ming right now. He had to spend at least a quarter hour to suppress his injuries with a secret technique. Activate the 9-furnace Divine Palace's Great Array. Hold them off for me. After Yang Yun issued the other, he completely concentrated his thoughts on restoring his wounds. Who? Outside the 9-furnace Divine Palace, a 7-colored light barrier suddenly rose up into the air, surrounding the entire palace. This was the great protective array of the 9-furnace Divine Palace. As a colossal influence that was almost a 6th-grade sect, the the 9-furnace divine kingdom's great protective array that guarded the 9-furnace divine palace was nearly impregnable. Of course, the basis of this was that there were enough powerhouses managing it. 30 miles away from the 9-furnace divine palace, Lin Ming floated high up in the sky, his white clothes fluttering in the wind. Behind him were over 50 divine sea powerhouses. He had unknowingly become the leader of all the divine sea powerhouses of the Sky-Spill continent. He was now a true king. Attack! Lin Ming was expressionless and his voice was cold. He casually waved his hand and tossed out an array disc that spun around in the air. The dirge of the death god had finally begun. Chapter 938, 9-Furnace Great Array. Chapter 938, 9-Furnace Great Array. This array disc spinning in the air was arranged by Li Ming. It was a simple array formation that could gather the attacks of the over 50 divine sea powerhouses together. Otherwise, if their attacks were scattered, it wouldn't be able to deal the most powerful blow. Everyone, let's attack together. That's right. Bring out your complete strength. If we still try to hide anything at this point, we're really going to die. Great, take out all of your trump cards. After being suppressed for such a long time, we must vent our anger, but let's break this damned turtle shell before we do that. Even a mortal slave had their pride, much less these arrogant divine sea powerhouses. After being ruled and dominated by Yang Yun's immense pressure for such a long time, their gathered rage had already reached the limit. At this moment, over 50 divine sea powerhouses suddenly attacked with everything they had. These divine sea powerhouses all stood out and blossomed from the trillions of lives on the Sky-Spill continent. Moreover, they had lived for thousands of years. Throughout the years, the amount of treasures and secrets they accumulated couldn't be underestimated. How could any of them not have a final trump card in hand? In this matter where failure meant death and success meant life, no one was stupid enough to stay their hand. If they did, it'd be taking their own life and the lives of everyone else here as a joke. Many of these people not only used 120% of their strength to attack, but they also took out treasures from their spatial ring that they obtained from ancient ruins, such as earth-rupturing symbols, divine thunder beads, and so on. Although these treasures were weaker than Old Man Good Fortune's heaven-perishing bead, they were still treasures left behind from 100,000 years ago. Their lethality far exceeded the all-out attack of a normal divine sea powerhouse, equal at least to someone like Yang Laroshan. With over 50 divine sea powerhouses attack with all their might, the skies were obscured by energy rays. The void trembled. The energy beams passed through the array formation and converged together, turning into a heaven-shattering beam of light that savagely smashed into the 9-furnace divine palace. Just before the 9-furnace divine palace's barrier was about to be washed over by a terrifying baptism of energy, 10 powerhouses suddenly flew out from the depths of the 9-furnace divine palace. Of these people, 7 had scales all over their bodies, long writhing snake tails, fins, and gills. They were clearly powerhouses from the deep-sea races. The 3 others were martial artists of the Azura divine kingdom. Sichu Bonan was amongst them. When enemies encountered each other, there would be particular eye-reddening rage. After Sichu Bonan saw Lin Ming, his vision filled with a monstrous hate. Everyone, let's all defend the 9-furnace divine palace together. These 10 powerhouses were all divine sea-level powerhouses. 7 were at the early divine realm and 3 were at the middle divine sea realm. They completely poured their energy into the 9 great furnaces that acted as the array's heart. At this time, none of them dared to hold back, all of them used their strongest power. Yang Yun had been injured during his cultivation and wasn't at his peak condition. They had to delay for time, otherwise they would also be the first ones to die. With 10 great powerhouses managing it, the 9-furnace divine palace's energy barrier array rose to another level. Bang! A beam of multicolored lights smashed into the 9-furnace great array like a dazzling rainbow dragon. The world shook. A terrifying explosion rang out, seeming to shake the entire Sky-Spill continent. Large patches of earth ruptured. An incomparably vast shockwave swept up into the sky. A round and glorious sun seemed to appear above the 9-furnace divine palace, and mountain ranges hundreds of miles away were completely obliterated by the shockwave, turning into endless amounts of stone and dirt. The rainbow dragon howled, as if it wished to smash the entire nine-furnace divine palace deep into the ground. The great array guarding the nine-furnace divine palace violently shook, but it was far from shattering. This protective array formation represented the glory and majesty of the strongest divine kingdom. With 10 divine sea powerhouses managing it, it was able to forcefully resist the combined attacks of over 50 divine sea powerhouses. In Lin Ming's opinion, in order to break through the array, they would need to at least increase the power of the attack by 30 to 40%. But everyone here had already used their complete strength. How could there be room for improvement? Damn, with these people managing the array formation, the power has increased several times over. Wanting to break through it in a single try is too difficult. Veins were sticking out on Li Yuxiao's face. Even when using 120% of their strength, they still weren't able to break through the nine-furnace divine palace's protective array, and now anxiousness began creeping in his heart. Fairy Snowgale, Yang Chenglin, you were both part of the nine-furnace divine kingdom to begin with. Do you know what weakness the nine-furnace divine palace's great array has? Fairy Snowgale was inevitably an outsider, even though her family clan was subordinate to the nine-furnace divine kingdom. However, Yang Chenglin was part of the nine-furnace divine kingdom's royal family. He knew the exact situation of the nine-furnace great array. He said with a true essence sound transmission, this great array formation is almost without flaw. The nine-furnace divine palace's great array formation is powered by 9 top-grade heaven-step furnaces that combine together to suppress all power. These 9 furnaces have been tempered for such a long time that they have reached the peak, nearly qualifying as saint artifacts. With the 9 furnaces combined, the overall power will increase dozens of times. You can only break through using external strength. As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Ming, wanting to see what plan Lin Ming had this time. But he saw that Lin Ming was no longer attacking, and his eyes were shut as if he were deep in thought. This caused him to feel distressed. He knew that Lin Ming had a nearly unparalleled understanding of array formations, but at this critical point when over 50 divine sea powerhouses were attacking with everything they had, they could only continue this barrage for another half an incense stick of time. Could Lin Ming be planning on thoroughly understanding this great array formation during that brief period of time and breaking through it? It had to be known that this sort of protective array formation was nearly unsolvable to begin with. It was part of the characteristics of all protective arrays formations. It was not like killing arrays, illusion arrays, caging arrays, or other such array formations that had methods in which they could be cracked apart. Moreover, the nine-furnace divine kingdom had existed for so many years that they had strength close to a 6th-grade sect. For all these tens of thousands of years, they managed to produce countless chosen prides of the heavens. Although they were all inferior to Lin Ming, their knowledge still accumulated over the generations. How could the nine-furnace divine palace's great array formation they laid down possibly be solved by Lin Ming in just half an incense stick of time? He wanted to remind Lin Ming of this, but he found that Lin Ming had sealed away his divine sense and was in a completely engrossed state. He became even more jittery. At this time, from within the divine palace, Sichu Bonan madly laughed. Haha, if you think that you can break through this nine-furnace great array, then keep on dreaming. You might not know this, but Great Emperor Yang Yun is currently cultivating his supernatural powers deep within the nine-furnace divine palace. After another half an hour, he'll finish his cultivation and leave seclusion. When he comes out, he'll slaughter you all like chickens and pigs. The nine-furnace divine palace's great array heart had 9 furnaces to stabilize the array. On Sichu Bonan's side, there were a total of 10 people. 9 of them were managing the divine furnaces. That was enough to resist the combined attack of 50-some divine sea powerhouses. As for Sichu Bonan himself, he poured his energy into his voice to speak to spread his nefarious messages to everyone. His words clearly reached everyone's ears as he tried to ruin their morale. And indeed, if Sichu Bonan managed to destroy these divine sea powerhouses morales and also buy enough time for Yang Yu to recuperate his wounds and complete his supernatural powers, they would really be defeated. He wanted them all to believe from the depths of their hearts that resistance was futile. Of the over 50 divine sea powerhouses, the youngest of them was several hundred years old. They had seen and experienced many great storms and tribulations in their lives, and normally they wouldn't be fooled by Sichu Bonen's words. However, the power and influence that Yang Yun gathered these past years was far too big. It formed a shadow that covered their hearts, making them unable to resist him. Moreover, they had no way to determine whether or not Sichu Bonen's words were true or false. Because of this, many of them faltered, their fighting spirit shaking, causing a seed of fear to appear within them. As this seed of fear was planted, it caused their striking power and momentum to immediately weaken by 20%. As Li Yuxiao saw this, he was overwrought with dismay. Sage Lin. Lin Ming's eyes were shut and he remained unmoved by what was happening around him. At this time, his perception was clearly concentrated on the 9-furnace Great Array. In his mind, the Great Array was reduced to countless lines, like a spherical spiderweb. Each silk thread of this web was made of energy. That was the backbone of the energy structure, and also the most solid parts of the 9-furnace Great Array's protective barrier. Even if Lin Ming was skilled in a variety of divine realm array formations, it was impossible to solve the 9-furnace Great Array and break through it in such a short time. A protective array was different from killing arrays, caging arrays, or illusion arrays. Of the latter three, in order to cage someone, kill someone, or bring someone under illusion, they all required that the person step into them, thus producing the possibility that someone could break out. But for a protective array, it was to keep all enemies outside. And all central mechanism of an array formation were located within. Wanting to break through was easier said than done. However, although Lin Ming was unable to find a method to resolve the 9-furnace Great Array, he could actually rely on his understanding of array formations and also the fierce barrage of over 50 divine sea powerhouses to find traces of a gap. The combined attack of over 50 divine sea powerhouses couldn't be underestimated. Even if it were Yang Yun, if he were struck by this attack he would turn to ash. Of course, this all depended on whether or not they could hit him and also if they could survive to do it. These divine sea powerhouses had a limited cultivation. It was impossible for them to collectively strike Yang Yun. But with such a powerful attacking colliding with the unmoving 9-furnace Great Array, the energy barrier still violently shook, causing tiny, nearly imperceptible gaps to appear. Within Lin Ming's perception vision, he could clearly see every weak spot in the barrier where the energy lines were thin, even on the verge of collapse. I've found it. There are a total of 12 cracks. Lin Ming's eyes shot open. In that moment, his eyes were like a divine thunderbolt that fell onto the 9-furnace Great Array. As Sichu Bonen met Lin Ming's eyes, he had an illusion that his soul was extinguished. This brat. Humph. Who cares how sharp your eyes are, what's so scary about you? Although I'm far from being your match, you're still outside the Great Array. What can you possibly do to me? As Sichu Bonen thought of this, he became much more energetic. Lin Ming, Great Emperor Yang Yun will soon leave seclusion. That moment will be your death knell. I'll suck out your divine soul and marrow to take revenge for the Azura divine kingdom. Is that right? Lin Ming derisively smiled. His smile seemed to contain chilling winds from the 9 nether abyss, making all who looked at him feel inexplicably frightened as their heart skipped a beat. In the next moment, an alluring red lotus slowly bloomed behind Lin Ming. The entire sky began to reflect a gorgeous red glow. Such a phenomenon actually faintly overshadowed the radiant light caused by the combined attack of over 50 divine sea powerhouses. Heavenly demon martial intent, grand mist space. Lin Ming clearly enunciated every word, his voice cold and indifferent. At this time, his voice resounded between the heavens and earth like the solemn judgment of a divine god. Suddenly, the Prime Emperor force field came enveloping down. With the support of the Grand Mist battle spirit, it completely swallowed up the 9-furnace Great Array. This anomaly stunned all the martial artists present. Sichu Bonen's heart shivered, nearly feeling as if his divine soul had fallen into illusion. What is that red lotus? Sichu Bonen only needed to glance at the red lotus to feel as if his soul had been sucked out of his body. As he looked at the martial artists beside him, all of them were alarmed, like they had encountered some horrifying monster. Chapter 939, Complete Massacre. Chapter 939, Complete Massacre. Break. Lin Ming roared out. The Grand Mist Space had the power to swallow all laws. However, even then one needed the energy to support it. Lin Ming's current boundary was insufficient, so it was impossible to reach a degree where he could swallow the entire 9-furnace Great Array. This was a ultra-protection array that even the combined attack of 50 Divine Sea powerhouses couldn't break. It represented the pinnacle of array formation achievements in the Sky Spill continent. However, if it were just the 12 cracks in the 9-furnace Great Array where the energy lines were weak and shallow, Lin Ming could actually break through them. Sigh. The heavenly demon martial intent divided into 12 streams that rushed towards the 12 cracks in the 9-furnace Great Array. In that moment, there were no powerful energy collisions, no dazzling divine lights, and no earth-shaking bangs. The 12 cracks silently disintegrated. The 9-furnace Great Array was an array formation that contained the 5 central elements, gathering all elements as one. The power was incomparable. But in the face of the Grand Mist Space that negated all laws, even such an array formation was suppressed. Every tiny spot that disintegrated was formed by countless tiny energy seals and formed a complex energy backbone, similar to a spider web. And like a spider web, every space between the energy lines that disintegrated was only the size of a grain of rice. Let alone a human being, even a fly would have trouble passing through them. As long as this gap was created, no matter how small it was, an invisible and intangible force field could pass through. Lin Ming shouted out. The heavenly demon force field divided into 12 streams and flooded into the 9-furnace Great Array, surging towards Situ Bonan and the others. Lin Ming didn't have the ability to rip apart the 9-furnace Great Array. But if he could kill the Divine Sea powerhouses inside that were managing the 9 stabilizing Divine Furnaces, the 9-furnace Great Array's power would weaken by over 50%. At that time, breaking this large array wouldn't be difficult anymore. What? At this time, Situ Bonan could clearly feel a vast and boundless, extremely terrifying energy pour down over him. This sort of feeling was like a mortal witnessing a great volcano erupting and watching as a trillion gins of lava rained down on them. Damn! What power is this? He can actually break into the 9-furnace Great Array. Let's defend this little beast's attack together, then repair the 9-furnace Great Array. Situ Bonan hysterically shouted. The other 9 Divine Sea powerhouses didn't dare to delay. They temporarily withdrew the energy they were pouring into the Divine Furnaces to resist the Heavenly Demon Force Field. However, the Heavenly Demon Force Field was a transcendent divine might-level ability. It was the capital that Empyrean Primordius relied on to walk unhindered in the boundless universe. Even if Lin Ming could only display the tiniest amount of its prestige, it was still more than enough to massacre Divine Sea martial artists. Death! Lin Ming waved his hand, his voice cold to the extreme. This aura was similar to the fabled Yama of Hell, a lord who was able to sentence all to life and death with but a single brushstroke. Bang! Grand Mist Space erupted within the 9-furnace Great Array. The 5 deep sea powerhouses that bore the brunt of this attack trembled. The protective true essence around their bodies melted like snow under the sun, disappearing as it entered the Grand Mist Space. Disintegrate all rules, decompose all energy, this was the Chaos Grand Miss. How is this possible? The several deep sea powerhouses were bewildered, horrified. They used their ultimate trump cards to resist this energy. Even if they were weaker, they wouldn't be shocked if their true essence exploded in a shower of sparks before it disappeared. But they never thought that it would disappear without a trace, slowly dissipating into nothingness. This was the first time they had ever seen something like this. How could they not be panicking? However, this horror only lasted for less than the blink of an eye. The Grand Mist Space covered them, after which the 5 Emperor-level deep-sea powerhouses felt their protective true essence shatter. Their clothes, skin, muscles, meridians, bones, everything began to crumble down before turning into dust that disappeared into the wind. This was a complete and total annihilation. As everyone witnessed this, their eyes turned round. Let alone those with Situ Bonan, even those 50-plus Divine Sea powerhouses standing on Lin Ming's side felt a cold chill crawl up their spines and their palms to turn slick with sweat. It was natural for Lin Ming to defeat a Divine Sea powerhouse. Even instantly killing a Divine Sea powerhouse wasn't a surprise. But when separated by the 9-furnace great array and also dozens of miles away, to easily kill 5 divine sea powerhouses and with one of them even being at the middle divine sea realm, this was truly terrifying. If Lin Ming could accomplish that, that also meant that he could take any of their lives with but a thought. Even if they were separated by dozens of miles, the result would be the same. Even with a great protective array between them, none of that would matter. This sort of supernatural power already surpassed their scope of understanding. Moreover, these 5 died in the most miserable way. Their death crept up on them silently and rapidly. A cruel death wasn't even enough to describe it. This was true annihilation. They quietly dissipated into nothingness. Even their bones and energy left this world. In that silence, to watch the ghastly scene of 5 divine sea powerhouses turn into trillions of motes of dust, that was truly a fearful matter. And from start to finish, Lin Ming hadn't moved at all. Besides an enchanting red lotus blossoming behind him, he hadn't even lifted a hand. This scene was truly hair-raising. What sort of cultivation method did this supernatural power come from? How is this possible? How? Sichu Bonan's eyes were like full moons. He was well aware that the only reason he hadn't died just now was because Lin Ming hadn't aimed at him, but instead killed the 5 other divine sea powerhouses. Otherwise, he would have died already, his fate the same as the dead. With just a thought he had killed them from dozens of miles away, treating the 9-furnace great array like it was nothing at all. He was simply a demonic monster. Run. This was the only thought of the survivors. None of them had the courage to face the monstrous Lin Ming. Run away. Lin Ming's lips curved up in a cruel sneer. He only killed 5 first because he didn't have full assurance he could kill all 10 divine sea powerhouses at once. But now that he had killed off half of them, killing the other half was that much easier. Grand mist space, massacre, energy erupted from Lin Ming's body. The heavenly demon martial intent surged out like a light-speed tsunami, rapidly swallowing up the 5 fleeing divine sea martial artist. Ah! Sichu Bonan emitted a miserable wail. He was the weakest and also at the last years of his life. He fell and was the first to be swallowed up by the heavenly demon martial intent. Peng! With a light sound, Sichu Bonan's protective true essence directly shattered. He watched helplessly as the grand mist space disintegrated his legs, his torso, his arms, and then his neck. Within the grand mist space, his old flesh fell off like dead and dry bark. Blood poured out, his meridians shattered, everything silently turned to dust. Nothing was more frightening than watching his own body dissipate like dust. No. No. Sichu Bonan cried out with one last unwilling roar before he was completely swallowed by the grand mist space. Everyone watched as he futilely struggled before finally being decomposed into nothingness. Just like Sichu Bonan, the other 4 divine sea powerhouses weren't able to escape either. They were sucked into the grand mist space one at a time. With despairing cries, their protective true essence shattered and their bodies crumbled apart. From the point that Lin Ming managed to break into the 9-furnace great array, he had only taken several breaths of time to kill 10 divine sea martial artists. He hadn't even taken half a step, easily slaughtering them all. To kill with just a thought, this was the majesty of a true death god, the executioner of life and death. Lin, Sage Lin. At some unknown time, the 50-some divine sea powerhouses seemed to unanimously agree to halt their attacks. What happened just now was no different from a dream to them. Those 10 divine sea powerhouses were not random minions, but supreme elders at similar levels of power. But facing Lin Ming, none of them had the ability to resist. If they were in their place, they would have encountered a similar fate. To face someone who could kill them by just lifting a finger, they certainly felt a heavy pressure. Sage Ling's supernatural powers are peerless. I didn't think that you'd be able to contend with Yang Yun, but now I see that my judgment and experiences are shallow. Sage Heaven Mirror sighed as he watched Lin Ming, his voice full of respect and awe. He was renowned as the god of divination, but even he couldn't imagine that Lin Ming possessed such strength. Lin Ming shook his head. The reason I was able to kill those 10 divine sea martial artists is because I used a special martial skill. Although I didn't move, the truth is that I was attacking with my complete strength. It wasn't as easy as you think it was. Otherwise, I would have killed those 10 divine sea masters together instead of killing 5 first and then the other 5. It wasn't easy for Lin Ming to galvanize the Grand Mist space. He had to display his complete strength. And if he were to drive the Grand Mist space to the limit, he wouldn't have any remaining energy to use martial skills. But although he said that, when others saw this scene, what they witnessed was that Lin Ming killed others from dozens of miles away with just a thought, not even moving to do it. Alright everyone. Now that the 10 divine sea powerhouses that were managing the 9 furnace great array are dead, that is the same as a tiger losing their teeth and claws. Let's attack together and shatter that barrier. Although Lin Ming's heavenly demon martial intent could dissolve the 9 furnace great array to a certain extent, he wasn't able to completely destroy it. To do that he required the strength of the others. Okay. 50 plus divine sea powerhouses attacked again with everything they had. Dozens of light beams gathered at an array disk, condensing into a rainbow dragon that howled towards the 9 furnace great array. Bang! The great array violently trembled. Everything within 1,000 miles was completely razed to the ground by the tyrannical energy. Luckily, the 9 furnace divine palace symbolized the absolute majesty and glory of the divine kingdom and didn't allow mortals or martial artists to live nearby. Otherwise, this battle would have cost countless lives. After the 9 furnace great array lost the support of 10 divine sea powerhouses, it wasn't able to withstand the massive joint attack. The energy barrier trembled more and more, and then with a loud ka sound, a great crack finally appeared. As soon as one crack appeared, more cracks rapidly expanded outwards, spreading through the entire array. With a long explosion, the 9 furnace great array completely collapsed. This was the 9 furnace divine kingdom's highest array formation that represented the total accumulation of tens of thousands of years. If there were enough divine sea powerhouses overseeing it, then even the joint attack of 100 divine sea powerhouses along with the highest under the heavens wouldn't have been able to break it. When Yang Yun was at the Temple of Marvels, he had suppressed the many divine sea powerhouses with lightning speed, then killed Yang Laoshan and Uyahua afterwards. Only due to that was his plan able to progress smoothly. Otherwise, if Yang Laoshan holed up in the 9 furnace divine palace for dozens of years, then Yang Yun would have had a big headache. Chapter 940, Fighting Yang Yun. Chapter 940, Fighting Yang Yun. With the 9 furnace great array shattered, the 9 furnace divine palace was completely exposed to the barrage of over 50 divine sea masters. The massive divine palace extended over several hundred miles. There were glorious jade palaces and beautiful lake pagodas, both looking like heaven on earth. But now, everything would have to bear a devastating disaster. Everyone, please show mercy. The 9 furnace divine palace houses a great number of my 9 furnace divine kingdom's disciples and clansmen. They're all innocent. Yang Yun is currently residing in the deepest minor dimension within the 9 furnace divine palace. It'll be good as long as we can break into that area. As Fairy Snowgale and Yang Chenglin saw everyone's attacks about to fall onto the 9 furnace divine palace, they quickly called out to stop them. They were part of the 9 furnace divine kingdom and certainly didn't hope to see the innocent disciples slaughtered. You two are right. Lin Ming raised his hand, calling a stop to the attacks. He swept out with his divine sense, locking onto the position of the minor dimension in the blink of an eye. There it was, a red pagoda with a blood-red light that soared into the skies. Without a doubt, that was where Yang Yun was hiding. There was nowhere else he could be. If you don't want to come out, then I'll make you. Lin Ming waved his hand and the great desolate blood halberd jumped into his hands. On the blood halberd, thunder and fire energy twisted together, sending out a dazzling light like a birthing sun. Penetrating rainbow. Lin Ming struck down with the halberd. It was like a river of stars dropping down from the 9 heavens, splitting apart the sky. A titanic power of thunder and flames wove together, and within, 2 faint Tao diagrams appeared. They were red and purple. For a post-celestial Tao diagram to appear during a martial skill attack, this was an ability that Lin Ming gained after breaking through to the 5th stage of life destruction and having the Tao traces engraved into his revolving core. Only when one's understanding of the world's laws reached an extremely high boundary would this sort of phenomenon occur. These Tao diagrams would be naturally formed, representing the operational rules of source energy. Post-celestial Tao diagram. All of the divine sea powerhouses were individuals with great amounts of experience. They were able to understand just what the Tao diagrams appearing behind Lin Ming meant at a glance. This is incredible. Just a casual attack already contained a Tao diagram, and moreover 2 Tao diagrams at that. This sort of boundary has already surpassed my comprehension. I've heard rumors that when the Eightfall Thunder Emperor used the Sword of Judgment, a purple Tao diagram would form behind him. But that was only one Tao diagram. Lin Ming has 2 Tao diagrams, and they seem to represent thunder and fire. At the 5th stage of life destruction, Lin Ming has already surpassed the Eightfall Thunder Emperor. As the penetrating rainbow shot out, the world paled. This was Lin Ming's self-created martial skill. Although its level of finesse couldn't compare to the supernatural powers possessed by those in the divine realm, it was most suited for him, a martial skill tailored to his strengths. Bang! Thunderfire energy crashed down like an avalanche. A long piercing cry emitted from the deepest parts of the nine-furnace divine palace. A giant blood diagram emerged from the ground to welcome the penetrating rainbow. The thunder and fire Tao diagrams fused together, crashing into the blood diagram. The void shattered. The red pagoda deep within the nine-furnace divine palace was broken in half, completely destroyed. A demonic red-clothed man slowly departed from the ruins. This man had 3 eyes. The third eye between his eyebrows seemed wrapped in red crystal as if it weren't fully formed yet. This person was Yang Yun. He was tranquil as he looked indifferently at Lin Ming. There was neither joy nor anger on his face. Yang Yun. Beside Lin Ming, as the other dozens of divine sea powerhouses saw Yang Yun appear, their eyes shrank. Even if they had Lin Ming commanding them, even if they had so many of them gathered together, now that they were truly coming face to face with Yang Yun, they felt their hearts shaking. This was the result of fame and momentum that had gathered over such a long period. This was just like a mortal facing a fierce tiger. Even if there was a warrior on their side able to compete with the tiger, they would also find it difficult to remain calm. No one could guarantee that this brave warrior would be able to block the tiger while also keeping them safe and sound. Among them, only Lin Ming was calm and poised as he faced Yang Yun. Yang Yun, it's been nearly 4 years since we've last crossed paths. Time flies by far too quickly. Nearly 4 years. Haha. Haven't you been hiding from me for these last 4 years? I do have to admire you though. Your strength has truly risen too quickly, and your battle spirit has also nearly reached the gold level. How else would you've been able to erase all my tracing marks in just several breaths of time? Yang Yun's eyes shined with a cold light. Just as his cultivation method was reaching completion, Lin Ming had chosen that most critical time to disturb him, causing him to fail and even causing his soul to be damaged. He nearly fell into madness, and the ancient devil he had swallowed couldn't be suppressed for a brief moment, causing it to regain consciousness. Because of that, he had nearly lost his own identity and mind. How could Yang Yun not be furious? Lin Ming narrowed his eyes as he gazed at Yang Yun, seeming as if he could see through him. He shook his head. I'm still very far from possessing a gold battle spirit. A gold battle spirit and a silver battle spirit were fundamentally different. A silver battle spirit was sharp and able to strengthen the attack of a martial artist. But it ultimately couldn't directly impact the combat strength of a martial artist. It was like icing on the cake. But a gold battle spirit was different. Once one had a gold battle spirit, their will would be so powerful that they could directly project their world of will into reality, affecting the real world. Lin Ming, you're marvelous. You hid from me for years and yet you managed to choose the best time to challenge me. Destiny has truly gathered in your body. It seems that for these past 4 years, you've had another series of fortuitous encounters. Lin Ming slowly said, my destiny is accumulated over time. Through victories, through escaping dangers, I have inscribed my will to win and valiant spirit into my bones. I did this without wetting myself with karma and also by resolving my fatality with the world. Naturally, I'd have a great destiny on my body. However, your sins are far too heavy. You imprisoned your father and even killed your own great-grandfather. Everything you've done will inevitably become shackles of fate that lock you down. Moreover, my so-called fortuitous encounters aren't fortuitous encounters at all. They're placed there for all who can obtain them to obtain them. For me to do is the result of my strength. Lin Ming raised the great desolate blood halberd and pointed the halberd blade towards Yang Yun's head. The Death God force field and Azura force field invisibly spread outwards. As everyone was surrounded by this killing intent that was so thick it nearly condensed into reality, they couldn't help but retreat to a safe distance. A battle of this level already surpassed the limits of their strength. Beneath Yang Yun's steps, a crimson blood diagram appeared as he extracted a blood-red sword from his spatial ring. With the blood diagram beneath his feet and a sword in his right hand, he swiped his left hand against the blade, leaving a line of blood. This was the greatest and most important battle of his life. It was time for him to fight with everything he had. Lin Ming, you truly deserve to be called the most outstanding talent the Skyspill continent has seen in the last 100,000 years. But even so, you'll still lose to me. Yang Yun directed his sword at the world, his words containing a noble aura that looked down at all others with contempt. He was like the king of the heavens and earth. However, Lin Ming only laughed as he heard Yang Yun's words. Yang Yun's complexion turned a tad colder. What are you laughing at? Of course I'm laughing at you. You've been injured and were even forced to use an arcane ability to suppress your wounds. You even had to smear your blood essence onto your blade. To use the strength of your blood essence will cost you your lifespan. You've actually injured yourself just to put on such an act. You appear as if you're filled with confidence, but all you are is a bragging faker. Lin Ming's voice was light as if he were casually conversing. But as his words fell upon Yang Yun's ears, Yang Yun felt his heart shake. This damned brat, how did he see I was injured? Using the great blood-refining art, Yang Yun had sacrificed 300 years of his life in order to suppress his injuries. This couldn't be seen on the surface, but Lin Ming had somehow managed to see through everything. How could he not be shocked by this? It felt as if everything he did was within Lin Ming's control. How was this possible? Could he have calculated the time I would be wounded after he erased my battle spirit marks? Or does he have some divination high master assisting him from behind? No, that's impossible. Lin Ming's sudden words could be called a psychological attack. Even though Yang Yun tried not to show his emotions, he was actually tricked by Lin Ming's words, causing the unwavering belief he had in emerging victorious to slightly shake. Just as a brief gap appeared in Yang Yun's thoughts, Lin Ming suddenly rushed forwards. Behind him, a blood-red prime emperor lotus flower bloomed. Grand mist space came shrouding down from the skies with irresistible force. In this life-or-death battle, Lin Ming naturally wouldn't care about showing a gentleman's fairness or honesty. Killing Yang Yun was the only goal. Humph. So you wanted to use your words to affect my mentality and ambush me. Your plan is calculated quite well, but this only proves that you do not have full assurance to defeat me. Blood array diagram, explode. Yang Yun waved his hands and the blood array diagram underneath his feet shot towards Lin Ming. As it neared him, it suddenly detonated. Lin Ming smashed the great desolate blood halberd onto the array diagram, causing his offensive rush to be slowed. After Lin Ming took the initiative, Yang Yun was only able to sacrifice his blood array diagram to delay his attack. Lin Ming, I'll let you experience the glorious majesty of the great blood refining art. The great blood refining art can refine all bloodlines in the world. As long as you possess a body of flesh and blood, you will be restrained by my supernatural powers. 6 paths of samsara, 8 ranks of demigods, blood pond of hell, refine. Yang Yun was covered by a blood-red light that soared to the heavens. His long red hair crazily flew into the air. Behind him, a blood-red scroll appeared. On it were drawn images of countless lives, and every single life was in immeasurable pain. The great 10 torture methods of the world were there: shearing the nose, gouging the eyes, hot pillar, fried by oil, death by dismemberment, and the others. Not only that, but there were also the 18 hells. The black rope hell, tongue-slitting hell, inferno hell, iceberg hell, and so on. Every pain imaginable was represented within the picture scroll. Seas of blood reached the skies and waves of blood tumbled about. One only needed to look at this picture scroll to feel an incomparable constraint in their hearts. If one had to completely concentrate on this picture scroll, they would even turn mad. Even though the 50-some divine sea masters were dozens of miles away, they simply didn't have the momentum to frontally face this picture scroll. Even so, they could feel the blood within their bodies heat up, boiling, as if all the blood within their body was being called away from them with an irresistible force. Their heartbeats quickened until it seemed as if it would burst out from their chests at any moment. What a strange supernatural power! It can summon the power of blood from within a person's body. If someone were to be wrapped in this scroll, they would probably be reduced to a puddle of blood in no time at all. The great blood refining art is truly worthy of its reputation. It can even directly refine life. These divine sea powerhouses were all experienced individuals. They only needed to look upon the aura of the picture scroll to sense how powerful it was. However, Lin Ming stood there, his arms crossed behind his back. Placed within the divine realm, the great blood refining art could only be considered a decent supernatural ability. It wasn't anything too extraordinary. Most importantly, Yang Yun hadn't been able to cultivate it to completion yet. Chapter 941, Insight into Weakness. Chapter 941, Insight into Weakness. Blood refining diagram, catch him. Yang Yun pointed his hand at Lin Ming, and the blood refining diagram expanded, becoming like an endless world capable of containing infinite life. It exuded a terrifying swallowing force, wanting to directly devour Lin Ming. The blood refining diagram surged and the entire world shook. A tyrannical, cruel, and painful aura scattered outwards from the blood diagram scroll, turning into thoughts. These thoughts were hidden in the blood refining diagram, turning into agonizing beliefs that gathered together as one, finally turning into a blood-red flow of energy that fell down on Lin Ming. This ability of the great blood refining art attacked both the physical body and the divine soul. For a moment, a chilling wind blew through the world. The heavens and earth were dyed a deep red from the potent blood energy. The 50-some divine sea powerhouses rapidly retreated as they saw this. Lin Ming grasped the great desolate blood halberd, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. From just this move alone, he could see that Yang Yun had reached 99% completion in the great blood refining art. The blood refining diagram was formed, all he had to do was fuse it into his body. Although this was only a single step, the difference between the two was like the clouds and mud. In the end, the great blood refining art was a divine realm cultivation method only useful up to the divine transformation realm. It was comparable to the great desolate halberd art in fierceness. After Lin Ming experienced so many top-level martial arts techniques, he simply didn't place the great blood refining art in his eyes. Purple Lion Thunder Source, break it for me. Lin Ming's thoughts touched upon the heretical god Sprout. The Purple Lion Thunder Source came roaring out, crazily dashing forward. At the same time, Lin Ming traced his spatial ring and a purple thunder spear leapt into his hands. This was a weapon that Jiang Ziji had left behind in the extreme violet ring. Using this spear with thunder attribute cultivation methods would have a far more marvelous effect than using the great desolate blood halberd. Lin Ming lifted the purple thunder spear, fusing it with the purple lion thunder source. The power of thunder was the natural nemesis of ghosts and blood energy. Using it to resist the blood refining diagram was the most suitable action. The purple lion thunder source and the thunder spear combined into one, immediately transforming into a 10,000-foot-long thunder lion. The thunder lion emitted an earth-shaking roar as it shot towards the 10-mile radius blood refining diagram. Yang Yun's eyes flashed with a severe light. That is the power of a thunder source. A mere life-destruction martial artist like you was actually able to control a thunder source, the origin of thunder. Your destiny is simply monstrous and overwhelming. However, did you think you can rely on just the power of this thunder source to resist my great blood refining art? You're far too naive. My great blood refining art is a cultivation method that touches upon the blood source laws. It represents the peak of the concept of blood. After using it, it'll form a blood domain, creating a self-contained space where it can dominate the rules of the world. How can it possibly be broken by your thunder source? I'll now swallow your thunder source and take it as my own, using that power of thunder to temper my blood diagram. Yang Yun roared, and the 10,000 feet long purple lion was completely surrounded by the blood diagram. The thunder lion roared, but the area around it still turned a ghostly red. The blood domain was the creation of a separate space. Compared to Lin Ming's grand mist space, it was like the faint glow of the stars against a bright full moon. But Yang Yun's cultivation was still at the peak of the early Divine Sea, just a step away from entering the middle Divine Sea realm. When he displayed this blood domain, it was able to cast over the clouds and block out the sun, bringing with it an immense power. The blood domain wanted to suck up the purple lion thunder source's power and completely refine it. Thunder was the power of death, but also the power of life. If it were correctly applied, it could truly be used to temper the flesh and blood. If Yang Yun could integrate the purple lion thunder source into his own blood refining diagram, he would be able to strengthen the power of blood and enhance the diagram's power. As the purple lion thunder source was covered in the blood domain, it frantically moved left and right, but it still couldn't break free. At this moment, Lin Ming laughed. Peak of the concept of blood. When the word peak comes from your lips, it really is cheap. This is nothing more than a second-rate cultivation method, moreover you haven't even completed it yet. Let me show you just how I'll break it. Lin Ming shouted out, and energy erupted from within the heretical god sprout. The first 4 of the 8 inner hidden gates opened, and as the mystic lightning shade activated around his body, Lin Ming's speed instantly rose the limit. As Lin Ming stepped on golden rock shattering the void, he instantly vanished. He passed through space and appeared right in front of the blood domain. His white clothes were like snow, flapping in the strong winds. After reaching the 5th stage of life destruction and engraving the Tao diagrams into his revolving core, his aura was completely different from the past. His strength had risen to a new, higher level. Chasing thunder, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. His halberd thrust outwards, and a several 100-foot thick halberd light shot out, twined with endless red lightning. The halberd light followed the blood domain's energy fluctuations to the strongest point. Peng! With a shattering sound, this point was directly broken by Lin Ming. However, he didn't stop there. In just 1,000th of a second, he attacked a total of 12 times. These 12 attacks smashed into the strongest points of the blood domain, breaking them. As they combined together, it actually created a resonating crack in the domain. Ka. With the sound of breaking glass, the blood domain, with these 12 spots as the focal points, completely shattered. A massive power of blood poured out from the crack, causing the nearby space to be riddled with holes. As for that blood-refining diagram that gathered the blood of countless tortured lives, it was also torn apart. The blood-refining diagram seemed to contain a life of its own. After it was torn apart, a vast amount of blood flowed out from it, like a collapsed dam. What? You broke through my blood domain. Yang Yun's eyes went fully round, his expression filled with incredulity and madness. The blood-refining diagram had been torn apart by Lin Ming, and even the blood domain had disintegrated. The blood domain was connected to Yang Yun's own life essence. Although it could be reformed after shattering, it'd injure his fire of life, costing him at least several months of diligent training to recover. In particular, Yang Yun was now wounded and had to use an arcane technique to suppress his injuries at a cost of several 100 years of his life. He simply couldn't afford to be injured anymore. Most importantly, Lin Ming didn't use absolute strength to tear through the blood-refining diagram. It was impossible for his strength to reach that degree. The only possibility was that Lin Ming completely understood the weaknesses of the blood domain. In that barrage of 12 attacks that had taken 1,000th of a second, he had attacked the 12 strongest points of the blood domain, crushing them to nothing. When the blood domain lost support of its energy backbone, it simply collapsed. How can this be? How is this possible? Yang Yun refused to accept this. He absolutely refused. This supernatural power of his had been assiduously cultivated for several years. In order to accomplish this, he accepted the universal hatred of the world and slaughtered a massive amount of vicious beasts, even slaying variation bloodline powerhouses to use them as sacrifices. But even with all he had done, the result was that Lin Ming instantly saw through all weaknesses. If the great blood-refining art reached perfection, this weakness wouldn't exist. But Yang Yun hadn't managed to complete the great blood refining art yet. Even so, it was impossible for someone to break it apart in such a short period of time. This simply surpassed any sort of common sense. It was like Lin Ming had personally cultivated the great blood refining art and also clearly understood all of its energy structures. Could it be? A thought suddenly cut through Yang Yun's mind. The only possible explanation was that Lin Ming had swallowed up the other 2/3 of the ancient devil's soul. Only like this would Lin Ming have been able to see the weaknesses of the great blood refining art and break through it. It was because he already knew all of it to begin with. The ancient devil tried to seize your body, but you swallowed its soul instead. Yang Yun's eyes shined with pure shock. With your mere life destruction cultivation, you swallowed that soul fragment without wiping out the ancient devil's spirit mark? You're a madman. Yang Yun had swallowed the ancient devil's soul because he was forced into a dead end. The ancient devil was residing in his spiritual sea to make use of him. If Yang Yun hadn't taken action, it was highly possible that the ancient devil would have swallowed him instead. He also needed the ancient devil's memories. But as for Lin Ming, he had such a great destiny on his body, and yet he took the near-suicidal danger of swallowing the ancient devil's soul fragment and losing his personality. Was he insane? In that split second, Yang Yun didn't have time to further deliberate as to what happened. Lin Ming was already rushing towards him. Lin Ming was cold and expressionless. He indifferently said, "Yang Yun, what a coincidence, I too have a domain ability. Let me show you what a true domain is, and what it means to represent the peak of laws." Behind Lin Ming, an enchanting red lotus slowly bloomed. This was the Prime Emperor Lotus Flower. As the Prime Emperor Lotus Flower appeared, it seemed as if it could cover the entire sky. The entire area within a range of 10 miles was covered in an endlessly chaotic energy, isolating all laws and all energies. Heavenly Demon Force Field, Grand Mist Space. Lin Ming's Grand Mist Space was countless times more profound than the Blood Domain. Even though he was only driving it with his 5th stage life destruction cultivation, it was still far more terrifying than the Blood Domain. Good. Well done, Lin Ming. In order to restrict me and understand my weaknesses, you ignored the danger of losing yourself to swallow the ancient devil's soul. I never imagined that you would do something like that. I was wondering just how you managed to see that I was suppressing my injuries with an arcane technique, and also how you managed to easily break through the spectral blood skylock array that I laid down at the Sky Fortune Kingdom. It seems that even if you don't practice my cultivation methods or array formations, you still have a deep understanding into all of them. Lin Ming disdainfully said, "Yang Yun, you really think too much of yourself. I've never seen you as my rival, only as a grinding stone that could help me grow. There is no way that I would do something that affects my future achievements just to defeat you." Grand Mist Space, cover him. Yang Yun was covered in the Grand Mist Space. The energy essence within his body, his flesh and blood, his soul, everything instantly came under the tremendous pressure of the Grand Mist Space. If he didn't revolve his bodily protective true essence to resist it, he would turn to ash in the next moment. Yang Yun coldly sneered, "Primordious martial intent. Humph. White Demon was right. You've really managed to comprehend the primordious martial intent. However, what a pity. The primordious martial intent needs someone at the Empyrean level or at least at the World King level in order to display its truly terrifying power. As for you, you're only able to display a millionth of the primordious martial intent's power. Do you think that the higher level a cultivation method is, the mightier it is? If you cannot display its full power, then it's useless no matter how high-ranked an ability it is. My great blood refining art is different from what you know. It's a cultivation method that completely suits my current boundary. Since you swallowed the ancient devil's memories, you should also be aware that within the great blood refining art, there is an all-out desperation ability. You have forced me to use it. The great blood refining art refined the blood essence of myriad creatures to fuse into the body. The blood refining diagram that Yang Yun used was formed from the blood essence of myriad creatures. This power came from the blood essence of myriad creatures and wasn't the strongest ability of the great blood refining art. The strongest aspect of the great blood refining art lay in the martial artists themselves. In other words, That was for a martial artist to combust the power of their own flesh and blood to fight. Chapter 942, Coiling Martial Divine Furnace. Chapter 942, Coiling Martial Divine Furnace. Yang Yun's expression was fierce. After fusing with the ancient devil's soul, he was no longer the temperate and chivalrous person he once was. He had truly become demonic. A bass roar rang out and he stabbed his finger out. He aimed between his eyebrows and thrust downward. Between Yang Yun's eyebrows was his third eye, the Bloodlaw eye. But now, Yang Yun had actually crushed this eyeball apart with his finger. Peng! The Bloodlaw eye that was wrapped in a crystalline layer suddenly burst apart. A faint trace of blood essence swelled forth, flowing dark crimson. To pierce through one's own eye required a ruthless resolve. Yang Yun's face twisted as his aura suddenly soared upwards. After the Bloodlaw eye was broken, the blood essence energy that dissipated from it was completely swallowed into Yang Yun's mouth. His body began to change, becoming larger and thicker. Dragon-like muscles wrapped around his body. From his back, red tentacles burst out, freely waving about. His skeleton and muscles were dyed with a bright blood-red light as the red tentacles extended thousands of feet into the sky before they completely sunk into his body. Yang Yun's cultivation had infinitely approached the middle divine sea realm. It could even be said that he had managed to step into that realm for a brief period of time. He had to destroy the Bloodlaw eye and deplete the supernatural powers that he had arduously cultivated for so many years. Only then could he completely erupt with the energy of the great blood refining art, causing his great blood refining art to forcefully enter completion. If Yang Yun had cultivated the great blood refining art to the highest level, he wouldn't have been forced to this step. But he was severely wounded and was suppressing the injuries with an arcane technique. He now also knew that Lin Ming thoroughly comprehended all of his weaknesses. Moreover, he was covered in this grand mist space. Whether it was time, terrain, or individually, Yang Yun was in the worst state possible. If he didn't fight Lin Ming with every ounce of strength he had, he really would perish here. I destroyed my own Bloodlaw eye, ruining 3 years of my hard work just so I can have the power of blood in my body reach the limit. But if I can kill you, everything I've done will be worth it. To kill Lin Ming and obtain his secrets was Yang Yun's only chance of ascending and breaking past the divine sea, then the divine transformation, and then becoming an overlord of the divine realm. Yang Yun's talent by itself was nothing when placed within the endless universe. There were countless people like him, more people than there were grains of sand in the desert. And yet, they all died on their road of martial arts. To them, reaching the peak of martial arts was only a dream. Yang Yun violently bit down on his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood turned into a blood rain that sprinkled down. The sky filled with the blood rain. Ghostly wails filled the air, as if 1 trillion ghosts were weeping through the heavens and earth. Slaughter demon blood rain, that's a vicious and cruel martial skill within the great blood refining art. To use this move, you have to burn away your own blood essence and life force, costing 100 years of lifespan. Lin Ming's mind flashed. He knew every single one of Yang Yun's tricks from start to finish. Life was extremely precious to a martial artist. They would only use an ability that cost life at their most desperate moments. And now, Yang Yun was using such a martial skill to bet everything he had against Lin Ming. Every drop of the blood rain contained a primordial soul. This was from the countless beings that Yang Yun had killed to practice his great blood refining art, and it contained endless resentment. If this blood rain were able to invade the divine soul, it would make a person go crazy, falling into insanity until they died. The blood rain fell like a torrential storm, recklessly pouring into the grand mist space. The grand mist space annihilated all energy and annihilated the laws of all existences. This naturally included blood. With a sparking sound, drops of blood were burned away as the endless resentment was destroyed, vanishing into nihility. However, the grand mist space wasn't invincible. To keep up its annihilating strength also consumed Lin Ming's energy. As Yang Yun saw large traces of his blood rain being swallowed up, he didn't feel pained at all. He bit on his tongue once more and spat out 3 more masses of blood. These 3 masses of blood were each 100 years of his life. Combined with the previous mouthful of blood, Yang Yun had instantly burned away 400 years of his life. More and more blood rain appeared, flooding downwards, its momentum increasing every second. Finally, it became like a waterfall of blood pouring down from the heavens. As the blood rain poured down on the grand mist space, the grand mist space began to contract, shrinking more and more. As for Lin Ming, he felt energy rapidly depleting from his body. The grand mist space was powerful, but its consumption of energy was also equally terrifying. If it weren't Lin Ming and instead a normal martial artist, let alone massacring divine sea powerhouses, merely attempting to activate the grand mist space would suck their body dry of energy. As the grand mist space was suppressed, Yang Yun felt his own strength returning to him, flooding back into him like a returning tide. At this time, after displaying arcane techniques without caring about the cost, he had finally restored his combat strength to the strongest point it had been so far. Ha ha ha. This is my greatest strength. Now, I'll show you just how strong I am. If it weren't for your villainous plot ruining my great blood-refining art from reaching completion, I would have fought with you in such a condition in just a few months. But now, I've spent a total of 1,000 years of life in order to reach this state. A middle divine sea martial artist was far different from the life destruction martial artist. They would have 4,000 to 7,000 years of life. But when Yang Yun was young, in order to rapidly increase his strength, he had used secret demonic arcane skills under the supervision of the ancient devil, costing him 2,000 years of his life. Now he spent another 1,000 years of his life in a single go. His fires of life already begun diminishing, it was equal to him reaching middle age. If he couldn't kill Lin Ming and find some way to restore his life force, his potential would gradually fade away and he would never be able to make another breakthrough in his cultivation. It could be said that Yang Yun had burned away every path to retreat. Yang Yun revolved his energy to the limits, erupting with the strength of a middle divine sea martial artist as he slashed out with his sword. With his 8th stage life destruction as a foundation in addition to all the resources of the ancient devils as well as the divine realm cultivation methods he had practiced, it was incomparable to what a martial artist from the Sky-Spill continent could accomplish. He was even slightly superior to the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor from tens of thousands of years ago. Now with an attack that contained his complete strength, the heavens and earth seemed to lose their luster. Wind and clouds vanished and endless blood ponds from an azure hell seemed to appear in the world. Facing this strike, Lin Ming shouted out, "Yang Yun, even if you burn away all of your life, all you have studied is a second-rate cultivation method from the divine realm. Even if you overturned the heavens, just how much strength can you display? As for me, I have 2 different transcendent divine mights, I cultivate dual body and essence, and I also possess a grand mist battle spirit. My background, my concepts, my will, everything I have is far from what the likes of you can compare with. You doing everything you can to defeat me only causes my blood to boil in excitement. Burn for me, blood of the ancient phoenix." A brilliant flaming red light burst out from between Lin Ming's eyebrows, burning the heavens and earth. Behind him, the phantom of an ancient phoenix appeared and soared straight into the skies. Lin Ming grasped the great desolate blood halberd and thrust out. Even the slaughter blood energy on the halberd was burnt away. Bang! With an earth-shaking explosion, Yang Yun's sword light was shattered by the great desolate blood halberd. But at this time, Yang Yun extracted a 3-legged furnace from his spatial ring. This furnace was engraved with countless images, and among these images were an azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black turtle. These were the 4 different great saint beasts. This ancient furnace was stained with blood as if it had passed through countless years. As Lin Ming saw this divine furnace, he didn't recall anything about it. But the surrounding 50-some divine sea powerhouses all changed complexions. That is the coiling martial divine furnace. The number 1 divine weapon of the Sky-Spill continent. Yes, that is indeed the coiling martial divine furnace, the saint artifact used to stabilize the destiny of the 9-furnace divine kingdom. Its quality even surpasses the great desolate blood halberd and the complete demon emperor armor. It was originally in Yang Laoshan's possession, but since he died, the coiling martial divine furnace naturally fell into Yang Yun's hands. I've heard rumors that this saint artifact weighs 16 million jins. This is my first time seeing it. It's more accurate to say that this divine furnace hasn't appeared in the world for the last 5,000 years. There has never been an event dire enough for the nine-furnace divine kingdom to bring it out. As the coiling martial divine furnace appeared, Yang Yun used the power of blood to wrap around the furnace and bring it smashing down at Lin Ming. At 2.16 million jins, this furnace was nearly 4 times the weight of the great desolate blood halberd. And because it was refined by Yang Yun, he was able to freely control it with his thoughts and without the need to expend too much energy. This attack was similar to an ancient meteor crashing into the world. If an ordinary divine sea master were to be struck, their physical bodies would instantly turn to ash. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He completely opened the 4 of the 8 inner hidden gates. After opening the 4 gates, his strength was still only at 2 million jins. It was simply not enough to counter the coiling martial divine furnace. But he still had his true essence as well as his battle spirit. Grand Mist Battle Spirit, Fuse. The silver-grey spear-shaped battle spirit shot forth from his spiritual sea and combined with the great desolate blood halberd. Lin Ming roared out, lifted his hand and threw the great desolate blood halberd. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As the blood halberd flew, space trembled, like 10,000 thunderclaps exploding together. On one side was the 2.16 million jin divine furnace and the other side was the 800,000 jin great desolate blood halberd. With both weapons flying at velocities that surpassed the speed of sound, just how terrifying would the collision be? Dang! The blood halberd smashed into the divine furnace. The sound of deafening thunder and drums filled the air, as space collapsed several miles around. The coiling martial divine furnace suddenly trembled as it was bounced away. But the great desolate blood halberd also ricocheted backwards. One could see that a deep dent had appeared on the surface of the coiling martial divine furnace. This had clearly been left by the great desolate blood halberd. As for the great desolate blood halberd, it wasn't damaged too much. This was the power of a battle spirit. With the Grand Mist battle spirit supporting the great desolate blood halberd, it could be called indestructible. The coiling martial divine furnace was damaged. To use the 800,000 jin great desolate blood halberd to resist the 2.16 million jin coiling martial divine furnace, the one that was actually damaged was the coiling martial divine furnace. As everyone saw this deep dent, they felt as though they were dreaming. This was unbelievable. The number 1 saint artifact of the Sky Spill continent, the founding treasure of the nine-furnace divine kingdom, the divine treasure that stabilized the destiny of the nation, such a weapon was actually damaged. Just how terrifying had the impact been? In that split second, no one was able to respond properly. After Yang Yun threw out the coiling martial divine furnace, he didn't bother with it any further. He grasped his blood sword and flashed in front of Lin Ming, his sword blade snapping forth like a biting viper as it shot towards Lin Ming's throat. This sword pierced through the void, its speed reaching the extreme. Lin Ming coldly sneered and retreated backwards. With a flick of his right hand, a milky white thunder ball appeared above his palm. This was the divine thunder that Lin Ming had picked up from the 100-mile Thunder Dominion. Chapter 943, Heaven Punishment Divine Thunder. Chapter 943, Heaven Punishment Divine Thunder. Yang Yun had never been planning on using the coiling martial divine furnace to grievously wound Lin Ming. It would have been enough as long as he could use it to catch a glimmer of an opportunity. Although Yang Yun originated from the nine-furnace divine kingdom, what he truly excelled at was the demonic cultivation methods obtained from the ancient devil. To Yang Yun, the nine-furnace divine kingdom's cultivation methods were far inferior in power to those of the ancient devil. The demonic cultivation methods that Yang Yun studied were not too useful in maximizing the movement and strength of the coiling martial divine furnace. Instead, what he specialized in was the demon blood sword in his hand that was refined from the divine realm's devil arts. In just the blink of an eye, Yang Yun stabbed out 1,000 times. These 1,000 sword strikes each seemed as if they cut through space and time. In that moment, endless waves of blood filled the sky. 1,000 crimson beams of light cut through the horizon like an army of blood dragons. The mountain range in a radius of 100 miles, as well as the array formations of the 9-furnace divine palace and everywhere else were completely sliced apart by the sword strikes, reduced to smithereen. Although Fairy Snowgale and the others had begun evacuating the 9-furnace divine kingdom's disciples, there was still a massive number of 9-furnace divine kingdom's disciples that died a horrible death under the terrifying sword light. Even some weaker divine sea powerhouses had their protective true essence sliced apart by the sword light, causing their blood to tumble and surge in their bodies. As everyone saw this, they had no choice but to rapidly withdraw. Their minds filled with shock and alarm. The 9-furnace divine palace's strongest array formation was the Grand Protective Array, but there were also numerous array formations within. And now, the majority of them were split apart by Yang Yun. Aside from some specialized protective array formations within the palace, nearly everything had been turned to fine powder. 1,000 sword strikes blocked all paths for Lin Ming to dodge. They pointed inwards and thrust towards him. I know that you have some strange movement technique that has space laws fused in, nearly allowing you to teleport and giving you unparalleled speed. But my 1,000 swords can cut apart the power of space. Without the power of space under your control, I want to see how you'll step your way out of there. Yang Yun rabidly shouted out. Lin Ming had already thrown away the great desolate blood halberd. He didn't choose to retrieve it, instead taking 2 spears from the extreme violet ring, 1 red and 1 purple. The red spear was the service weapon he obtained from time-worn Phoenix City. Although the rank wasn't too high, it was a solid weapon. As for the purple spear, that was the weapon of the electric violet Kirin clan, part of Jiang Ziji's collection. Lin Ming grabbed the 2 spears. Behind him, a red and a purple Dao diagram appeared. Highly compressed thunder and fire energy violently surged out from the heretical god sprout. Penetrating rainbow. Thunder and fire twisted together. All sound between the heavens and earth was swallowed up. The glory of this thunder fire welcomed the 1,000 sword lights. An intense collision occurred. Thousands of massive fissures appeared in the ground, each of them hundreds or even thousands of feet long. After the range of the Grand Mist space was suppressed by the Slaughter Demon Blood Rain, the power of Yang Yun's cultivation method was actually overshadowed by Lin Ming's. Nearly all of the sword lights shattered. But the remnants began to slice through Lin Ming's curtain of thunderfire, falling down onto him. At this moment, several gentle glowing balls of light appeared. They were white, purple, gold, and other colors, some as large as a walnut, and some as large as a fist. Underneath the camouflage of the endless curtain of thunder fire, they silently maneuvered through the sword lights and appeared in front of Yang Yun. Millimeter? What's this? Yang Yun was startled. These balls of light in front of him had their energies restrained, he couldn't feel how powerful they were. But if they were able to break through the net of his sword light and arrive in front of him, they certainly weren't ordinary. Moreover, in Yang Yun's eyes, Lin Ming was an extremely tricking and cunning young man. There was no way he would use any useless supernatural abilities. Without even thinking about it, Yang Yun drew back. He didn't want to touch these 7 balls of light. However, as Yang Yun was retreating, the 7 balls of light struck together. Even the massive explosion of light from penetrating rainbow striking the sword lights was swallowed up. In the surrounding space, everything turned utterly black, making it impossible to even see your own fingers. All light was completely swallowed up without anything remaining. A purple light flickered. A purple sun suddenly appeared in the world. Every single ray of divine light that this purple sun emitted were like heavenly swords that were thousands of miles long, piercing through the world. These balls of light were the divine thunder that Lin Ming obtained from the 1,000-mile thunder dominion in the skies above the 8,000-mile black swamp. The 100-mile thunder dominion was a true absolute life-forbidden zone. Even after Lin Ming had broken into the 5th stage of life destruction and swallowed up the purple lion thunder source, and even with his thunder spirit body and even with the support of the heretical godsprout, there was just no way for him to truly enter the 100-mile thunder dominion. The lightning and magnetic god trees there could easily reduce him to ashes. The entire 100-mile thunder dominion was a massive array formation laid down by an Empyrean-level character from the divine realm and used to seal away an ancient existence that seemed to be a god beast. The reason there was infinite thunder in the skies above the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, and the reason the Sea of Miracles was called the Ocean of Endless Storms, was because of this massive thunder attribute array formation. As for these thunderballs, they were obtained from that thunder attribute array formation. Even if the power of that entire array formation was nothing more than a drop in the ocean, it was still the power of an Empyrean-level character. The might of these thunderballs was boundless. As that purple sun erupted, the entire world shivered. It was like the planet that the Sky Spill continent was on wasn't able to withstand such a divine might. How's this possible? This is Empyrean thunder punishments, heaven punishment, divine thunder. How could you possibly have obtained this strength? Yang Yun shouted out in panic. 100,000 years ago, in that great divine war, Empyrean thunder punishment had been one of the participants and also an opponent of Empyrean Primordius. The ancient devil had been part of the army that stood on Empyrean thunder punishment's side. He was naturally clear as to what power Empyrean thunder punishment held. Of course, compared to an existence on the level of Empyrean thunder punishment, the ancient devil was only a tiny ant. But he had once clearly seen the heaven punishment, divine thunder that blanketed the entire world. In his life, how could he ever forget such an apocalyptic scene? Yang Yun had swallowed the ancient devil's soul, so he naturally remembered what the true power of the heaven punishment, divine thunder was like. Even the tiniest insignificant speck of heaven punishment, divine thunder, would have an incomparably terrifying explosive power. The current Yang Yun was far weaker than the ancient devil of the past. Facing this terrifying thunder light, the layers upon layers of blood fog that Yang Yun used to protect himself was burned away to nothingness. He even felt as if his own fires of life were pierced by the thunder light. Puff! Yang Yun violently vomited a mouthful of blood, his injuries worsening. Although he managed to avoid 70% of the heaven punishment divine thunder's strength, he was still injured by the remaining explosive shockwaves of the heaven punishment divine thunder detonating. You obtained heaven punishment divine thunder from the Sea of Miracles. That's impossible. Although there really is a massive amount of heaven punishment divine thunder in the skies above the Sea of Miracles, it's impossible for the likes of you to control it. How could you possibly control this strength? Yang Yun found this impossible to accept. He had inherited the ancient devil's memories. He was well aware of the situation above the skies in the Sea of Miracles. But no matter how much heaven punishment divine thunder there was, no matter how many magnetic god trees there were, or even if there were several thousand dragon trapping cables there, it was impossible for him to ever take any of these treasures. He would be exterminated by the divine thunder. But now, this strength was controlled by Lin Ming. And Lin Ming's boundary was even lower than his own. I already said that I have more than one transcendent divine might. My second transcendent divine might can control the power of thunder and fire. You can die in peace now. Lin Ming's voice directly reached Yang Yun's ears. He didn't fear telling Yang Yun this, because in his eyes, Yang Yun was already a dead man standing. He took advantage of the moment when Yang Yun was severely wounded to start his attack, and he even used the power of the heaven punishment divine thunder. Moreover, Lin Ming had a complete understanding into all of Yang Yun's weaknesses. In this situation, how could Yang Yun ever escape Lin Ming? Heavenly demon martial intent, exterminate. Lin Ming cried out, revolving his true essence to the limit. The Prime Emperor Lotus flower began to bloom behind him once again. The lotus petals rose like liquid flames. The grand mist space expanded out once again. Without the suppression of the slaughter demon blood rain, Lin Ming was able to display the full strength of the grand mist space. If Yang Yun wanted to resist Lin Ming's grand mist space again, he would have to expend several hundred more years of his life. Even if Yang Yun had a 8th stage life destruction divine sea realm cultivation, he didn't have the capital to burn away so much of his life, otherwise he would flicker out like a lamp without oil. Bang! Yang Yun was enveloped in the grand mist space. His strength, his true essence, everything began to rapidly melt and diminish due to the power of chaos. With a hissing sound, 30% of Yang Yun's protective true essence was already consumed, and his energy was quickly weakening. Primordius martial intent, heaven punishment divine thunder, You actually managed to obtain the strength of 2 Empyreans at the same time. I refuse this. I am unwilling. Yang Yun cried out. He bit on his tongue once again, causing a rain of blood to fall down. Slaughter demon blood rain. Yang Yun's eyes had already turned blood red. It had to be known that Yang Yun's fires of life had already reached the point of decline. He had even been severely wounded and was only able to suppress it with an arcane technique. Even so, he had no choice but to use the slaughter demon blood rain once more. He overdrew his life, seeming as if he would die at any moment. Ho! Endless blood clouds formed in the skies and a rain of blood flooded the world. The slaughter demon blood rain suppressed the grand mist space once again. However, Lin Ming only coldly smiled. Yang Yun, a middle divine sea powerhouse, only has 4,000 to 7,000 years of life. Your cultivation had approached the middle divine sea realm, and your background is also extremely deep, so you should have been able to live for more than 4,000 years, perhaps even 5,000 years. But now you have freely wasted away your life force and weakened your fires of life, cutting off your martial arts potential. You should know that when a martial artist is young, that is when their martial arts progress is the fastest and usually when they make any progress at all. Once they reach middle age or old age, their cultivation begins to decline, not to mention making any further breakthroughs. Even if you somehow manage to escape this battle, it's no longer possible for you to break through into the divine transformation. You're destined to die within the divine sea realm. Lin Ming's words stabbed at Yang Yun's heart, antagonizing him. Yang Yun had great ambitions. He dreamed of cultivating to a divine realm world king, Empyrean, and even reach the peak of all martial arts. However, his talent was ordinary. Although he had lucky chances, his lucky chances couldn't compare to martial artists that had truly great lucky chances. By consuming so much of his life, it would cause his potential to come under massive influence. This was a sore spot in his heart. And Lin Ming repeatedly poked at this sore spot, causing him to turn unhinged with rage. Cut the shit. Why would I escape? I'll kill you and claw out every secret and lucky chance from your body. Even if I have consumed some of my potential, I'll still be able to make up for it. As Yang Yun spoke, his eyes flashed with a bloody light. He looked ferocious like a rabid beast. As Lin Ming saw the light in Yang Yun's eyes, a thought popped up in his mind. I finally understand. I thought it was strange. From the very start I was able to sense the ancient devil's aura from your body. But it seems as if that ancient devil no longer exists in your body, and you understand what happened 100,000 years ago all too well, as if you were the ancient devil himself. I know what happened now. You fused together with that ancient devil's soul, losing yourself in the process. You have lost the prudence and wisdom you once had. Today, you are destined to die. Chapter 944, Yang Yun's Death. Chapter 944, Yang Yun's Death. Lin Ming's sharp words stabbed Yang Yun again and again, every new word more excruciating than the last. It was pain that pierced into his marrow. When Lin Ming said that Yang Yun had fused with the ancient devil's soul and lost himself, that was the same as saying that Yang Yun had died. It was the same as saying that Yang Yun's body was actually being occupied by someone else. Hearing these words, how could Yang Yun not become crazy? His eyes were blood red as he roared, "Shut up! I am me. I am Yang Yun. Lin Ming, stop trying to use your words to shake my spirit. You're wasting your time. Haha, are you feeling guilty? Are you feeling afraid? If you really believe your words, then why would you feel this? No matter what I say, the real Yang Yun would have remained serene without any change in his composure. But as for you, you've already fallen into a violent rage and turned crazy. This is because you're no longer Yang Yun. In today's battle I already discovered that your personality has completely changed. You've become demented, easy to anger, hysterical at all things. The Yang Yun in my mind reveals neither happiness nor anger, and his mind is unfathomable, not allowing anyone to guess what's on his mind. You're not Yang Yun, but the result of the fusion of Yang Yun and the ancient devil. The real Yang Yun has already died, don't you know that? He died the moment that he chose to fuse with the ancient devil. As for you, who is standing in front of me, You are nothing more than a soul-fused monster. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. I'll kill you. Yang Yun's eyes burned with a psychotic light. He vomited another mouthful of blood essence. In the skies, blood rained down, forming an endless waterfall of blood. A martial artist had a limited amount of blood essence. If an ordinary martial artist were to attempt what Yang Yun was doing, they would have already turned into a desiccated corpse. The only reason that Yang Yun hadn't died was because of the great blood refining art. Facing this even more terrifying slaughter demon blood rain, Lin Ming actually loudly laughed. Yang Yun, fusing with the ancient devil was your life's greatest mistake. The current you has lost all wisdom and reasoning, you're nothing more than a mad devil now. Your ambitions were too great, and your desires were too great. You were finally controlled by those ambitions and desires and killed yourself. In the future, your demonic heart will become infinite. You'll lose your mind, lose your personality, lose yourself and become a rabid beast. The real Yang Yun was able to tolerate all humiliation, keeping his thoughts immeasurable deep. He had great courage, greater determination, and was an outstanding hero of his era. If there wasn't a problem, his future achievements would have surpassed the Eightfall Thunder Emperor and the Sorcerer of the Southern Wilderness. He would have become someone equal to the Demon Emperor or even Emperor Sokya. But what a pity! His ambitions and his desires were too great and he was devoured by them instead. A single wrong move and the entire game ruined. If a martial artist's heart demon could kill them, then their desires and ambitions could also do the same. Yang Yun roared. He was like a demon. Then, without warning, he slammed down his jaws and bit off his tongue. He slammed his chest until his ribs shattered, forcing more blood essence onto the blood sword. The blood sword in Yang Yun's hand began to excitedly whistle, as if it were a demon that was unsealed after 100,000 years. Yang Yun had really gone mad, without regards to the consequences. This mouthful of blood essence cost him 800 to 900 years of his life. At this point, Yang Yun didn't even have 1,000 years remaining. Although his fires of life were extremely vibrant, that was traded at the price of combusting his blood essence. Once his blood essence was burnt through, he would enter into the twilight of his life, all of his potential completely consumed. Yang Yun's lips and teeth were stained with blood and his hair was split apart. He looked like a demon that had crawled out from the blood abyss. He miserably chuckled, his laughter like the shrill and ugly cries of a banshee. Lin Ming, you have the life of an emperor, so how would you know my pain? My heart is higher than the heavens and yet my life is more worthless than a sheet of paper. I was born a bastard, my mother nothing more than a mortal. She died a tragic death in the harem and her corpse was buried under some random hill. During my childhood my life was worth less than a dog. I had no talent, no resources, and even through the harem that was filled with factional strife and deceit, I still managed to survive. When I was 12 years old, I encountered the only lucky chance of my life, and that was the ancient devil. However, he was only using me. He trained me, built me up just so that I could be a chess piece to him. He even planted a spell within my body. If I wasn't able to find a suitable vessel for him to possess, then my body would be seized instead. I endured the humiliation and pain, bearing it all in my heart. In order to train in the devil arts, I suffered unimaginable pain. I consumed my blood essence and my life to advance. In order to cross the trial of passion, I killed the woman I loved most in the world. In order to rid myself of heart demons, I cut off all my emotions. I've paid such a great price and endured so much, all in order to take back from the heavens what I have lost. I have to become the best. I must become the greatest. I must become the king of kings. Otherwise, I'm unwilling. You said I made life's greatest mistake by swallowing that ancient devil, but if I didn't do that I would have been the one to die. I would have been the one to die, don't you know that? If I didn't swallow the ancient devil, I wouldn't have been able to obtain its memories. If I didn't obtain its memories, then what capital would I have to ascend to the divine realm and become king of everything? Arth. I hate everything. I hate that the heavens are unfair. I hate that destiny mocks me. Why? I have sacrificed so much and yet I am still inferior to you. Why? I must kill you. I must take your secrets. That is the only chance I have left, because there's no other road left for me to go. Great blood refining art, 3,000 sword genocide. Yang Yun had gone crazy. In the blink of an eye he stabbed out his sword 3,000 times. Blood essence combusted. Yang Yun's body could no longer withstand the massive amount of energy. His wounds couldn't be suppressed anymore. It erupted, causing his meridians to break as his body began to burst open. My fire of life, don't give up, bloom with your most dazzling brilliance. Yang Yun's entire body was bathed in blood. He became a blood Dao diagram, taking those 3,000 sword lights and shooting towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming grasped the great desolate blood halberd, burning the blood of the ancient phoenix to the limit, revolving the heretical god force to the extreme, and completely unleashing the power of the 8 inner hidden gates. In this world, fairness does not exist to begin with. In the divine realm there are geniuses that are birthed with countless resources surrounding them. They have divine bodies and bloodlines inherited from their parents, and they even have world king-level powerhouses as their masters. They have the best cultivation methods to practice and the most outstanding proud daughters of heaven to dual cultivate with. How do you think anyone in this world can possibly compare? My lucky chance, the divine crystal magic cube, has only given me some memories and martial arts cultivation methods. Besides a single transcendent divine might, all other cultivation methods that I gained from it aren't necessarily any worse than those that could be provided by the ancient devil. While I haven't experienced the plotting and deceit of the royal family's harem, I also experienced a heartbreaking and dismal youth. Betrayal of the one I loved, indifference of my clansmen. I had no resources and had to endure internal injuries, betting everything I had on my choice. After you were born you had the support of the 9-furnace divine kingdom. I did not. After you showed your talent, you had unlimited resources at your disposal. I had to struggle for everything I had myself. You're a central decision maker of the Sky Spill continent's greatest power, but I was only able to take my first step at a mortal martial house that is subordinate to a tiny third-grade sect. The road of martial arts is to defy the will of the heavens to begin with. You blame the heavens for being unfair, then you might as well blame the world for not being flat. You place all the blame on your own destiny, and all you can think of is stealing the secrets of others for yourself. Your mind is dominated by your ambitions and your greed. You didn't hesitate to sacrifice your very identity, even resorting to any sinister and cruel method that could help you achieve your goals. Because of this, you have doomed yourself to defeat and to death. Yang Yun, the true you has already died. When I kill you, what I'm killing is the monster formed from the unification of the Real Yang Yun and the ancient devil. Lin Ming's words were all sent within 1/10 of an eye blink, directly transmitting into Yang Yun's mind with a true essence sound transmission. He didn't even conceal knowledge of the divine crystal magic cube in his body. This was a life or death battle to begin with. There naturally wasn't any way for his secret to be revealed. Blood of the ancient phoenix, condense. With a keen phoenix cry, the blood of the ancient phoenix combusted and formed a golden phoenix phantom that rushed out from Lin Ming's back. The phoenix phantom soared into the air, forming a massive flaming fire Dao diagram. This Dao diagram was 200 feet wide and contained countless twisting fire patterns. These were actually the mystical traces from the Chaos Stones in time-worn Phoenix City. Purple Lion Thunder Source, condense, roar. The purple lion thunder source blitzed out from the heretical god sprout, howling again and again. Its voice was like an endless thunderclap that echoed between the heavens and earth. The purple lion thunder source also turned into a thunder Dao diagram. This thunder Dao diagram was 300 feet wide, larger than the fire Dao diagram. Innumerable thunder tracings winded on the surface of the thunder Dao diagram like little electric snakes. The tracings were similar to those that were on the 12 thunder Dao fruits. They represented the operating rules of the thunder laws. The ancient phoenix phantom condensed into fire. The purple lion thunder source condensed into thunder. This was Lin Ming's strongest technique, an attack which magnificence and power eclipsed penetrating rainbow. Thunder fire Dao diagram. The halberd thrust out like the harbinger of the apocalypse. The entire world was covered by the two red and purple Dao diagrams. The two Dao diagrams sandwiched the world like two grinding plates, seeming as if it would grind away the world. This was a strength that approached the source laws of the great Tao. It was simply not a strength that the martial artists of the Sky Spill continent could comprehend. 3,000 sword lights all pierced the Thunderfire Tao diagram. Peng 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 peng. A series of ringing explosions filled the air as legions of sword lights shattered. The two great Tao diagrams violently trembled. Countless thunder and fire tracings were broken by the sword lights, turning into a potent and savage energy that broke into the void. In order to display the thunder and fire Tao diagrams, Lin Ming's consumption was also monstrous. His cultivation was only at the 5th stage of life destruction. Even with the 8 inner hidden gates, complete spirit body, and extremely deep reserves of energy to support him, he was still close to reaching his limit. Die. Lin Ming's waved the blood halberd. The great Tao diagrams began gathering together, squeezing Yang Yun within. Over half of Yang Yun's sword lights had shattered. With a low howl, blood spurted out from all over his body yet again. Behind him, the blood Tao diagram reappeared and began to slowly spin around. Within the blink of an eye, Yang Yun thrust out his sword another 3,000 times. 3,000 sword strikes followed by another 3,000 sword strikes. Yang Yun's mortal body had already begun to collapse. His blood vessels were torn apart and he vomited mouthfuls of blood. You stubborn fool. Lin Ming's muscles bulged out and veins stuck out from all over him like blue worms. He bit down on the tip of his tongue, spitting out a layer of blood essence. The great desolate blood halberd chopped downwards. Within the air, the thunder and fire Tao diagrams finally combined together and violently exploded. In that instant, all color vanished from the world. A raging energy swallowed up this part of the sky, cutting itself off from the world. It was like the moon collapsed and stars were sinking. This terrifying energy completely fell onto Yang Yun. The blood sword shattered. Yang Yun's broken body was sucked into the brutal and vicious storm. His protective true essence was torn apart like paper, his meridians crushed, and his body completely burst apart. Chapter 945, Ashes to Ashes. Chapter 945, Ashes to Ashes. The light vanished and silence fell over the world. Lin Ming's face was white and a trickle of blood dripped down from the corners of his mouth. That last strike had consumed nearly all of his strength and even cost him a bit of his life essence. This life essence could be restored later, but it would require a great deal of heavenly materials. With Lin Ming's current level of strength, simultaneously using the purple lion thunder source and the blood of the ancient phoenix to activate the dual thunder and fire Tao diagrams, then fusing them together was simply too much strain on his body. After all, he was still only at the 5th stage of life destruction. The surrounding area within 1,000 miles was completely razed to the ground. Below Lin Ming's feet, there was a massive abyss dozens of miles deep. This was carved into the ground by Lin Ming's final strike. The over 50 divine sea powerhouses had already retreated 100 miles away. As they watched the horrifying earth-rending battle between the two come to an end, they were left speechless. For the last 100,000 years, several people appeared that qualified to be the highest under the heavens. After Yang Yun cultivated the great blood refining art, his strength could be considered among those people. But even so, he was still slain by Lin Ming. What was most terrifying was that Lin Ming was only at the 5th stage of life destruction. Since ancient times, the highest under the heavens always had at least a middle divine sea cultivation. The disparity between the 5th stage of life destruction and the middle divine sea realm was far too great. If it were an ordinary 5th stage life destruction martial artist, they probably wouldn't even be able to rank on the destiny decree. As for a middle divine sea master, they could exterminate 100 regular 5th stage life destruction martial artists with a wave of their hand. Lin Ming's foundation was already unimaginable. It was impossible to imagine. If this continued, then it was likely he would be able to break into the legendary 9th stage of life destruction. His strength would then reach heights beyond anyone's wildest dreams. Without a doubt, Lin Ming was destined to ascend into the divine realm. But the legends and stories he would leave behind on the Sky Spill continent would have no equal, whether it was now, in the past, or in the future. Yang Yun's not dead yet. Lin Ming fixed his eyes, peering deep into the abyss. Yang Yun was no more than several pieces of flesh and blood, but his head still remained intact. His fires of life were weakened to the point of extinguishing and his aura was thin as cobwebs. Lin Ming moved, landing in front of Yang Yun. Lin Ming. Yang Yun was bleeding from everywhere. His teeth were shattered and his tongue was bitten off cleanly. He managed to use a slight bit of energy to simulate his voice, but it still came out blurry. The feeling of all your ambitions being smashed apart, do you find it hard to reconcile with? Lin Ming indifferently asked. As he looked at Yang Yun, there wasn't any emotion in his eyes. Yang Yun had used all means possible to reach his goal no matter how nefarious they were. Now that his fate ended up like this, he deserved nothing less. He, Yang Yun demonically grinned, his eyes filled with loathing and venom. You stand in front of me as a victor, but one day, others will stand in front of you the same way. You'll share the same fate as me, ha 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 ha. He hated Lin Ming. He hated Lin Ming to the depths of his soul. It was said that when people died their final parting words would be peaceful. But when Yang Yun died, all he did was crazily curse. The original Yang Yun, whether he was lying or just exceptional at hiding his true thoughts, his outwards appearance was always that of a handsome gentleman. There was no comparison to this dying rabid dog in front of him. It could only be said that Yang Yun had become completely demented after losing himself. His original character had completely disappeared. Lin Ming grimly sighed. This was the fate of recklessly fusing your soul with someone else. Thinking about it, he was also extremely lucky. The divine object, the magic cube, was able to cleanly erase a soul mark and allow him to absorb only the memories, making it so that he was never influenced by another person's thoughts. This magic cube had caused the struggle of countless great figures within the divine realm. Just what secrets and uses did it truly have? What was it made from and how was it created? The magic cube had a mysterious origin that was impossible to guess. In fact, up until this point, Lin Ming depended on the magic cube too many times. He absorbed the memories of some others, but these people had all been characters on the same level of the Demon Emperor. They couldn't compare to the holy lords or world kings of the divine realm, much less an Empyrean. The magic cube certainly had other functions. It was just that his boundary was too low to understand or utilize them. As Lin Ming was thinking about this, he suddenly felt a burning heat emanate from his chest. This feeling came from the magic cube. Ever since the magic cube fused into Lin Ming's body, he never found it again. It was simply as if it had vanished. He couldn't make contact with it or activate it. Even when he crossed life destruction and his body burst apart into a fog of blood, he still wasn't able to detect a single trace of the magic cube. To the magic cube, Lin Ming was only able to passively accept its wishes. But at this time, he was able to feel the slightest bit of will from the magic cube. Lin Ming only felt this trace of will when he fed the magic cube some blood essence. The magic cube wants to swallow Yang Yun's blood essence. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. Yang Yun was only a divine sea powerhouse. Before this, Lin Ming already fed the magic cube the blood essence of a divine sea supreme elder. The blood essence of the old imp formed the blood slaughter steps. He thought that the next rank of blood essence the magic cube would want would be from a divine transformation master. He never thought that the magic cube would actually be interested in Yang Yun's blood essence. Hey, Lin Ming, I know that you want to climb onto the peak of martial arts, but there are countless martial artists just like you. Which one of them doesn't wish to reach the peak? How many of them will finally fail before they get there? The road of martial arts is paved with the lives of others. Sooner or later, you'll be the same as me, the same as me. Yang Yun crazily shouted out, cursing with his final breath. Lin Ming glanced at him in pity. He quietly sent out a layer of energy that covered Yang Yun's ruined body. You. What are you doing? Yang Yang was shocked. He suddenly discovered a powerful attractive force acting on him. The power of his blood vitality rapidly left his body. It was gathering towards Lin Ming. You want to swallow me. Yang Yun's face gruesomely distorted. He was far too familiar with this feeling. He cultivated the great blood-refining art for several years and had sucked up the life of countless vicious beasts and divine body and variation bloodline divine sea powerhouses. How could he not know what Lin Ming was doing? Who? Blood essence rapidly left Yang Yun's body. He was so angry that his eyes popped out of his head, a monstrous, heaven-shaking hatred within them. However, as his life force left his body, his every thought and motion slowed down and down. Masses of blood fog formed phantoms in the air. There were flood dragons, strange fishes, white tigers, massive snakes, all sorts of saint beasts, all of them were swallowed up by Lin Ming. More accurately, all of it was swallowed up by the magic cube. A faint scarlet vortex appeared on the surface of the magic cube. All of these blood phantoms were minced apart by this vortex. Finally, the scarlet phantom of a hydra was also swallowed up by the magic cube. At this point, all of Yang Yun's blood essence was completely absorbed. Yang Yun's face was already white and filled with defeat, his last breath was near. Lin Ming couldn't help but sigh at just how tenacious Yang Yun's life was. Normally, if a divine sea powerhouse had their head chopped off, they would live for less than 10 breaths of time. But Yang Yun struggled around and around, still hanging on to that single breath. This was obviously because of the great blood-refining art. Yang Yun had refined countless bloodlines into himself that were filled with an exuberant and stubborn vitality, including even the stalwart Hydra bloodline. It looks like even White Demon was swallowed up by Yang Yun. Lin Ming recognized the Hydra phantom, he sensed the aura of White Demon coming from it. Within the divine realm, the Hydra bloodline was also a considerably powerful clan with countless clansmen spread throughout. Lin Ming, there'll be a day when you... Yang Yun was sending out his final curse, but as he spoke, his head suddenly split apart. A crack appeared from his forehead, extending down to his lower jaw like a knife that passed through a watermelon. His head exploded. Yang Yun's voice was stopped short. He had thoroughly died. However, at the moment when Yang Yun's head split apart, a tiny wisp of remnant shot out, its soul force extremely weak. It violently thrashed and twisted about. This soul emitted the aura of the ancient devil. This was a wisp of the ancient devil's remnant soul that Yang Yun had infused with, instead choosing to suppress it within his spiritual sea. Now that Yang Yun's spiritual sea had broken apart, this tiny wisp of soul had no place left to hide. The magic cube didn't seem to have any interest in swallowing up this soul wisp, instead remaining silent. In the Temple of Marvels, the reason that the magic cube swallowed the ancient devil's soul was because it had taken the initiative to deliver itself to the magic cube when it tried to seize Lin Ming's body. Yang Yun has already died and you still have a wisp of soul left over. That's really persistent of you. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light as he pinched that wisp of soul in his fist. Screech, screech. That soul wisp sent out tiny screams as it was pinched between Lin Ming's fingers, as if it were a large rat that had been caught around the neck. A thought entered Lin Ming's mind. This was the voice of the ancient devil. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I know many secrets about the Sea of Miracles and the eternal demon abyss. I also know where many powerhouses have left their treasures. You still haven't truly entered the Sea of Miracles. I can lead you there to seek treasures. The ancient devil furiously struggled. However, Lin Ming only sneered. He twisted his fingers, and with a lighting cracking sound, the ancient devil was completely annihilated. At this point, Yang Yun, White Demon, and the ancient devil were all dead. Lin Ming took a deep breath, tracing his chest. The magic cube remained quiet. Although it had absorbed blood essence this time, it didn't open the magic cube space. This made Lin Ming feel a tinge of regret. It seemed that in order to open up the magic cube again, he would need the blood essence of a divine transformation realm powerhouse. Lin Ming hypothesized that it wasn't the magic cube that absorbed blood essence, but rather that powerful soul deeply sleeping within the magic cube. That is, the saintess that used the magic cube to devour the souls of 10,000 divine realm supreme elders. Each and every one of those divine realm supreme elders had been super powerhouses. If the demon emperor were ranked amongst them, he would only be extremely ordinary. But every single one of them was completely exterminated with a single move from that woman. That woman likely needed blood essence to repair her own soul. Before this, every time she had opened the magic cube after absorbing blood essence was only to inform him that she needed the blood essence of stronger powerhouses to recover. And now, the magic cube sucked Yang Yun's blood essence of its own volition. That explained a question, and that was that Yang Yun's blood essence was finally at a high enough level for the woman to use. This should also be because Yang Yun cultivated the great blood refining art, and the blood vitality within his body was far too exuberant and potent. A normal divine sea powerhouse would not have the qualifications to have their blood essence be used by that woman, because that divine sea boundary was far too low for her. With the magic cube's fluctuations, Lin Ming became aware of something. That was that the day of the magic cube's awakening was approaching. If the woman's soul within the magic cube could awaken, then perhaps he might be able to learn the magic cube's secrets and find out just what it was. I have no idea whether that woman will be an enemy or friend. For someone at her level, even a wisp of her soul will have terrifying power. I have to strengthen myself as soon as possible. Strength is the most fundamental truth of all. As Lin Ming thought this, he looked up and saw the 50-some divine sea powerhouses flying towards him. There were currently around 90 divine sea powerhouses remaining in the entire Sky Spill continent. These 50-some individuals accounted for the majority of them. In peaceful times, if these 50-some individuals gathered together, that would truly be an awe-inspiring scene. That was equivalent to the greatest strength of the Sky Spill continent gathering together. Just what sort of influence wouldn't they be able to flatten and raze to the ground? If they attacked the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom, even young Laroshan would have been frightened out of his wits, withdrawing into the Nine-Furnace Divine Palace with only the Great Array to resist them. But now, these 50-some people didn't even dare to take a deep breath in front of Lin Ming. They felt an enormous pressure just being in his presence. Lin Ming was simply far too strong. Now that he killed Yang Yun, he officially earned the title of highest under the heavens. He was someone with the status equal to the Demon Emperor of 70,000 to 80,000 years ago. This was absolute domination. Moreover, he was only at the 5th stage of life destruction. Breaking through another 2 stages of life destruction in 3 to 4 years would be as simple as eating a meal to him. He would then be able to massacre swathes of divine sea masters with just a thought. Of the 90-some divine sea powerhouses remaining in the Sky Spill continent, nearly half of them had relied on lucky chances to break into the divine sea. That was over 40 people. Of the remaining 50, although a majority of them broke into the divine sea with their own strength and will, they had neither divine bodies or variation bloodlines, and they weren't even at the 7th stage of life destruction, but the most ordinary and common 6th stage of life destruction. Although they were stronger than those that relied on lucky chances to break into the divine sea, it would be extremely difficult for them to step foot into the middle divine sea realm. Considering all factors, there were 20 people in the Sky Spill continent that managed to break into the middle divine sea, and only a single person that was at the late divine sea realm. That was Old Man Good Fortune. All other late divine sea masters were slain by Yang Yun. The divine sea powerhouses of the Sky Spill continent, in terms of cultivation, strength, and foundation, could only be considered a ragtag group of martial artists in front of Lin Ming. Sage Lin. Many divine sea powerhouses saluted Lin Ming. As for calling him Little Brother Lin, no one dared to refer to him by that name again. This was the honor and status conferred by absolute suppression of strength. If the current Lin Ming wanted to form his own sect, he could even take his time to annex the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom and build a 6th-grade sect. Yang Yun, is he really dead? Fairy Snowgale saw Yang Yun's corpse on the ground. His body was covered with blood and all of his blood essence was sucked out. She found this incredible. A cruel demon of his era who had managed to enslave nearly all divine sea powerhouses of the Sky Spill continent for 4 years, the sinister and powerful Yang Yun had finally died. It wasn't just Fairy Snowgale, but everyone else let out a sigh of relief. Some of them used to have a tracing mark planted within them, and those divine sea powerhouses with a variation bloodline felt an even greater sense of relief. The woman called Yua deeply bowed to Lin Ming. Sage Lin, killing Yang Yun is a life-saving graciousness to me. I'll carve that graciousness in my mind. Followed by Yua, A tall and robustly built middle-aged man bowed to Lin Ming. My life and death blood brother Luo Mo died under Yang Yun's hands. I thank Sage Lin for killing Yang Yun and completing this hatred and blood debt for me. With the death of Yang Yun, everyone was happy and overjoyed, finally being able to be at ease of mind. Sage Lin, if you have any requests for us, please speak. I shall wait until my dying breath for them, a martial artist said. Lin Ming calmly replied, Yang Yun is my enemy and we were destined to have a life and death battle. Although it incidentally helped you, it isn't a great kindness or anything like that. Whether there's something I would like done, there is indeed something. Sage Lin, please be frank. I'll wade through water and fire to accomplish it. The martial artists straightened themselves. So many divine sea powerhouses had gathered here today, and each one of them were overlords of the Sky Spill continent that ruled over powerful influences. Just what wouldn't they be able to do? Lin Ming smiled. It's not that serious. Everyone, you're all basically part of the 9-furnace divine kingdom, sublime smelting divine kingdom, 7-star divine kingdom, or one of their subordinate influences, right? Yes. There's also some freely wandering martial artists that have no sect, around 7 to 8 of them are here. As for the Azura Divine Kingdom, they have a grudge with Sage Lin, so they completely backed Yang Yun. We didn't find any of them trustworthy, so we didn't contact them. The 7-star Divine Emperor Li Yuxiao quickly said. Millimeter. Lin Ming nodded. Then, I have 2 requests. First, I hope that in the future, there'll only be 3 divine kingdoms around the Sea of Miracles. From this point onwards, the Azura Divine Kingdom shall no longer exist. Lin Ming's request was amazing. With just several words, he directly sentenced a divine kingdom to obliteration. He indeed had the qualifications to say this. Li Yuxiao sucked in a deep breath as he heard Lin Ming's words, but he wasn't surprised. The Azura Divine Kingdom was already as incompatible with Lin Ming as fire was to water. If Lin Ming planned to ascend into the divine realm in the future, he would surely leave behind his family and inheritance in the Sky Spill continent. If there was some hostile influence greedily eyeing them, how could he possibly be at peace? The 4 divine kingdoms had existed for over 10,000 years. Now, because of just a few words from Lin Ming, there would be 1 less. There would only be 3 great pillars remaining. How about it? Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. No problem. Not only did Li Yuxiao agree, but the other important figures from the 3 divine kingdoms also concurred. In truth, the reason the 4 divine kingdoms could coexist with each other in a stable state for over 10,000 years was entirely because they mutually suppressed each other. The price of waging war was simply too great. As for joining forces with another divine kingdom to conquer another, if they could do it, then others could also. The interests and subterfuge between the 4 divine kingdoms were far too complex and intricate. Wanting to start a war wasn't simple at all. But now, because of Lin Ming, none of this was a problem. Lin Ming said, exterminate the Azura Divine Kingdom. The territory, resource, and benefits will all be divided by your 3 divine kingdoms. I won't intervene and I don't want any of it. I only have one demand. When you do this, do not recklessly kill. Try to use peaceful means to solve conflict if possible instead. As for the inheritance and descendants of the Azura Divine Kingdom, do not slaughter them all. You may absorb them into your 3 divine kingdoms and allow them to continue to exist. The leaders of the 3 divine kingdoms were delighted to hear Lin Ming say this. This was equal to handing them a giant cake. With the deterrence of Lin Ming and the 3 divine kingdoms joining forces, the Azura Divine Kingdom was doomed to destruction. There likely wouldn't be many people that would resist this. In this war, they would be able to gain the greatest harvests in exchange for the smallest losses. As for the Azura Divine Kingdom, they had existed for over 10,000 years and the resources they accumulated were abundant beyond imagination. If the 3 divine kingdoms could equally divide in the spoils, then the many Holy Land family clans and even many 5th-grade sects would be able to take a cup of this soup. Where could anyone find such a marvelous matter? Lin Ming continued, there is also another matter. The Azura Divine Kingdom has a subordinate influence called the Northwest Great Desert. There's someone amongst them named Wang Yichan. I don't want him to continue living on in this world. The reason that Lin Ming's real identity had been exposed was because Wang Yichan had told Yang Yun. This caused the Lin family to suffer a great catastrophe. Lin Ming had formed a grudge with Wang Yichan during his great banquet wedding, creating a viper. After Lin Ming ascended into the divine realm, he didn't want such a viper aiming at his family. If this person died, he would feel much more at ease. This is a minor matter. Please allow me to handle it. Li Yuxiao volunteered. Wang Yichan was only a life-destruction martial artist. Killing him was no different from killing a chicken. As for the Northwest Great Desert, they certainly wouldn't dare to shelter Wang Yichan. That was the same as seeking death. From the age of 15 when Lin Ming first officially stepped onto the road of martial arts, 11 years had passed. 11 years ago, he was only an unimportant and minor character not worth remembering, but now, with just a few words, he was able to change the status quo of the Sky Spill continent. In the next 3 years the Azura Divine Kingdom would be carved up and annexed, completely vanishing from the world. As for Sichu Haotian, that proud ruler of his era would be forced into a dead end and die on the road of regret. On this continent, the Azura Divine Kingdom would no longer exist and the name would fade into obscurity. Of course, that was a story for another time. Lin Ming crossed several dozen million miles to arrive at the giant Leviathan in the South Sea. Within a minor dimension of the giant Leviathan, Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, Demon Shine, Lin Fu, and Lin Mu were gathered together. Even Lan Yunyu had shown up. After so many years, she finally saw Lin Fu and Lin Mu again. She was filled with guilt and embarrassment upon seeing them and deeply bowed to them. Lin Fu and Lin Mu could have been said to have helped raise Lan Yunyu from childhood. As they saw her again, they were filled with emotion. Lin Ming stood at the side, not saying anything. Mu Qianyu walked to Lin Ming's side and asked him in a soft voice, "When do you plan on leaving?" Lin Ming's heart quivered. He knew this so-called leaving was in truth ascending to the divine realm. When he left, it was unknown just when they would meet again. Towards Mu Qianyu, Lin Ming felt a great deal of guilt. After their great wedding, they only enjoyed a few months of tenderness and love before he had gone to the 4 divine kingdoms. During that adventure he left for several years. And now that they met each other again, he would have to ascend into the divine realm soon. "I haven't really thought about it yet." Lin Ming didn't know what to say. Mu Qianyu softly smiled. "You don't have to feel guilty about anything. In truth, from the day that I gave you my heart, I knew that I might not be able to continue walking down the same path as you. I just didn't think that day would come so soon. No matter what the future brings, that is the choice I made completely of my own will and desire. You know, if you didn't exist, I would have probably perished in the South Sea War. I'm also someone that walks down the road of martial arts. All of us martial cultivators take martial arts as our central focus with things like feelings and sentiment as mere distant details. When you go to the divine realm, do so with confidence. I'll stay in the lower realm and handle everything here." Mu Qianyu whispered into Lin Ming's ear. To a true martial artist, unless they were a martial artist that specialized in emotions, they would cultivate martial arts wholeheartedly with no time for things like feelings or sentiment. To cultivate martial arts was the struggle against the heavens. Only when a martial artist determined that there wasn't much hope for further advancement would they settle down, taking a wife and concubines and wildly enjoying their time. Otherwise, most of them would bitterly and diligently cultivate, chasing after the great Tao with their complete heart and will. As for feelings and sentiments, they would become somewhat indifferent to them. Mu Qianyu was also a martial arts genius. Although she couldn't compare to those peak emperor-level talents, she had the support of a massive amount of resources brought by Lin Ming as well as a drop of the ancient phoenix bloodline fused into her body. It wouldn't be too difficult for her to break into the divine sea in the future. She was not the type of woman that would vacantly live her life once her man left. She also had her own road of martial arts that she desired to walk down, and she was also fiercely independent. If she hadn't met someone like Lin Ming, then not marrying for her entire life was also an acceptable matter to her. Chapter 947, Grandest Event Since Ancient Times. Chapter 947, Grandest Event Since Ancient Times. The next several months, Lin Ming resided in the giant Leviathan with his family and good friends as they traveled back to the Sky-Spill continent. During this time, Lin Ming didn't train much. Instead, he spent his time with Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, his parents, and the others, enjoying happy days together. After meeting each other after such a long period of separation, Lin Ming and Mu Qianyu fell into intimacy like fish into water. The two of them didn't have much experience in this regard. As martial arts cultivators, they naturally had to suppress the passions and lusts in their hearts. But now, they were finally able to indulge to their heart's content. Lin Ming, what plans do you have with little sister Xingxuan? Do you plan on bringing her to the divine realm with you? After a vigorous bout of lovemaking, Mu Qianyu lay down on Lin Ming's chest. Her face was flushed red and she was lightly panting. Lin Ming stroked his wife's fragrant and warm breasts while thinking of the answer. Ever since the Lin family clan was harmed by Yang Yun, the series of events had cast a shadow on his heart. Luckily they hadn't attached too much importance to Lan Yunyu, or the consequences would have been much more serious. If he brought Qin Xingxuan to the divine realm, it'd be creating a weakness for him. He had no idea what sort of powerful enemies he would make in the future. If he faced an unscrupulous enemy, they were likely to harm Qin Xingxuan. Lin Ming's emotions ran deep. If something really happened to Qin Xingxuan, if she was humiliated, raped, or killed, he couldn't imagine just what he would do. If he left Qin Xingxuan behind in the Sky-Spill continent, then even if he managed to offend some great influence in the divine realm, she would still be safe here because of the barrier that Empyrean Primordius had set up around the planet. Lin Ming shook his head. Xingxuan's cultivation is too weak. Even with my help, it won't be easy for her to reach the divine sea in the future. And passing into higher levels will be even more difficult. Besides, the channels between the Sky-Spill continent and the divine realm have been sealed away. If I try to bring her upwards, there might be some problems. Even now, I have no idea how to ascend. I'll have to ask Old Man Good Fortune or the ancient Phoenix Great Temple's temple spirit for help. The rules of the world originally only allow a divine sea master to ascend to the divine realm. Lin Ming was currently only at the 5th stage of life destruction. Even if his strength already surpassed a normal late divine sea master, he still wasn't able to go against this rule. If he wanted to ascend, he would likely have to pay some price. Bringing someone with him would make that even harder. Mu Qianyu said, I want things to be simple. However, leaving little sister Xingxuan in the lower realms is unfair to her. Lin Ming felt extremely guilty as Mu Qianyu spoke. He could give Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu countless lucky chances, but he eventually wouldn't be able to walk with them. Lin Ming took out a spatial ring. There's 80 million spirit essence stones here, as well as all sorts of rare and precious pills, heavenly materials, heaven-step treasures, and all sorts of other things. There's also the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom's national destiny stabilizing divine treasure, the coiling martial divine furnace. It can be used to stabilize the destiny of divine Phoenix Island. With me acting as deterrence as well as the other divine sea powerhouses that received my help, no one should think about moving against divine Phoenix Island for some time. After Lin Ming killed Yang Yun, he naturally obtained all of his belongings. In addition to the Steps Master's treasury and the Blood Slaughter Steps itself, Lin Ming's wealth was incalculable. Mu Qianyu silently received the spatial ring. This was a ridiculous amount of wealth, nearly equal to a divine kingdom's national treasury. Especially the coiling martial divine furnace. That was a treasure used to stabilize the national destiny of the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom. The value was unimaginable. But Mu Qianyu wasn't happy. She knew this was the legacy that Lin Ming was leaving her. Then how will you repay little sister Xingxuan? Mu Qianyu asked. A grand marriage for the whole world to witness. We will also take this time to move divine Phoenix Island into the central region of the Sky-Spill continent. With my power and influence, we shall stand tall there and become a holy land from this point on. 3 months later the giant Leviathan returned to the Sky-Spill continent. Lin Ming and everyone else passed through transmission arrays to quickly return to the central region. Before Yang Yun died, He had at least done one final good deed, and that was that he had established a near-perfect transmission array network. This made traveling through the Sky-Spill continent much more convenient. Soon after, an important matter spread through the entire Sky-Spill continent. This was the news of Lin Ming's grand marriage. Every large sect's divine sea powerhouse received invitations. The highest under the heavens, Lin Ming, was actually planning to hold a dual cultivation marriage ceremony with an unknown woman. The three divine kingdoms as well as many of the Holy Lands were greatly surprised. There were even many of them that were disappointed. It had to be known that Lin Ming's current status was that of supreme power, nearly unapproachable. Even if they knew that Lin Ming would ascend into the divine realm, there were still countless influences that were eagerly willing to marry their proudest daughters to him. Even if Lin Ming ascended to the divine realm, he would still leave behind his fame and legacy in the Sky-Spill continent. No one would dare to move against his people, because no one could guarantee that he wouldn't return in the future. Then again, Lin Ming's connections were extremely deep now. Many divine sea powerhouses had received a life-saving graciousness from him. They owed him a great favor. When a martial artist reached the divine sea realm, it wasn't easy for them to owe anything to anyone, because they tried to avoid involving themselves with karma. They found owing favors to others bitter to taste, and always looked for opportunities to return them. In this situation, if anyone dared to act against the family Lin Ming left behind in the Sky-Spill continent, Lin Ming wouldn't even need to take action before that person became the target of the whole world. Moreover, if they saved Lin Ming's family and Lin Ming returned in the future, he would probably repay them for their kindness. It was unknown just what level of strength Lin Ming would be able to reach. Just some casual goods that he handed out might give them infinite delight. If the great influences could choose the most exquisite and perfect woman to receive Lin Ming's favor and have them win his heart by virtue of outstanding talent and beauty, then that was equal to climbing the great tree that was Lin Ming. They would be able to receive 10,000 years of endless good luck. But Lin Ming was actually planning on marrying. How could all these great influences not be disappointed? Some people were curious. They soon found out that when Lin Ming was in the South Horizon region, he had already held a great wedding. This would be the second one. In other words, Lin Ming already had a wife. This was good news. It was proof that Lin Ming didn't refuse concubines. This made everything much easier to handle. It had to be known that while Lin Ming ventured in the central region for all these years, he had kept a pure heart, indifferent like ice. They feared that Lin Ming was the sort of fellow that only had martial arts in their hearts, and wholeheartedly walked down the road of martial arts with no other concerns, uninterested in the matters between men and women. If that were true, they really would have no idea where to begin. Although individuals the great influences selected were the most glorious and proud heavenly daughters, the truth was that they didn't care too much about being Lin Ming's wife. Even being a concubine was more than good enough. Taking this opportunity, many great influences brought rich gifts to Lin Ming's grand wedding as well as the most splendid heroic young elites of their sects so that they could open their eyes and expand their vision. Of course, they also brought along the most stunning and alluring young women. All of them had heaven-gifted talents. The wedding venue was the new Vermilion Bird Palace. The Vermilion Bird Palace floated in the skies with the help of array formations. There were also several otherworldly celestial mountains floating nearby under the powered array formations. On top of these celestial mountains, there were countless multicolored rainbows that lit up the skies in dazzling glory as well as grandiose palaces dotting the landscape. There were countless rare spirit flowers and spirit trees. Countless worldly treasures bloomed under the effects of spells. These spells had the strength of 1,000,000 spirit essence stones melted into them. The heaven and earth origin energy here was rich to the point that it nearly condensed into bubbles. Fragrant scents, clouds, pavilions, all sorts of beautiful sights accentuated each other. If a mortal were to take a single breath here, they would live past 100 years in good health. This was truly an immortal fairyland within the mortal world. In fact, most of these arrangements hadn't been done by Lin Ming, nor did he care much about doing them. As for Divine Phoenix Island, their background was too weak and they also couldn't arrange such sites. All of this was jointly done by the three divine kingdoms and the various holy lands. They wished to make this grand wedding as glorious and resplendent as possible to please and curry favor with Lin Ming. These sects had all tried their hardest, they had really laid down a capital. It could be said that Lin Ming's marriage ceremony was the grandest event in the Sky Spill continent for the last several tens of thousands of years. Perhaps only the establishing ceremony of a sixth-grade sect could reach similar heights. Otherwise, who would ever be able to move nearly 80 divine sea powerhouses? Nearly all of the divine sea powerhouses of the Sky Spill continent arrived, that included even the northwest Great Desert's Wang Yanli. As for the matter concerning his dead son, he came to this wedding with a hearty laugh, even preparing generous gifts to apologize for what his son did. He didn't really care but about Wang Yichan's death. He had over 1,000 sons after all. He only hated that his son had possibly involved him in a calamity. Besides the 3 divine kingdoms attending, there were also many important Holy Land figures, 5th-grade sect sovereigns and highest elders, famed elders from all around, 5th-grade family clan patriarchs, and many others. All of them brought their own gifts. There were also many wild and scattered martial artists that came. Although they had no sect behind them, they were still powerful characters, lords of their own lands. They had come to experience the illustriousness of the highest under the heavens. If they missed the grandest event of tens of thousands of years, they truly would feel regret. For some time, near the new Vermilion Bird Palace and the many celestial mountains that floated in the sky, countless shining gold divine carriages appeared. There were also jade spirit boats and spirit ships, mountains, palanquins, many of them towed by auspicious saint beasts of all varieties. This truly seemed like a grand gathering of immortals. Amongst all these dazzling divine carriages and spirit boats, there was an extremely simple green ox that stuck out like a sore thumb. Besides walking on a cloud, this green ox didn't look any different from an ox that a common mortal farming family would use. This was naturally Old Man Good Fortune's mount. Ha ha ha, little friend Lin, it's been 4 years since we last met, you've truly bloomed in magnificence. Although I already expected you to become the highest under the heavens, I didn't think that day would come so soon. This old man didn't receive an invitation, but would you perhaps allow me to join in on the festivities? Senior Good Fortune is too funny. The reason that this junior can be here today is all because I received Senior Good Fortune's shelter and guidance. This junior wanted to request Senior Good Fortune to this wedding feast, but it's only that Senior Good Fortune is secretive in movements, a divine dragon that doesn't show their head, only their tail. There was no place for me to send an invitation to. Lin Ming pleasantly laughed. He owed Old Man Good Fortune a great deal. Even in the Temple of Marvels, Old Man Good Fortune gave Lin Ming the chance to escape. He also grievously wounded White Demon. If White Demon and Yang Yun had joined forces at that time, he would have never made it out alive even with the magic cube. This grand event continued for 9 days. But Lin Ming only appeared on the first day. He brought Qin Xingxuan around to speak to the crowd and drink with some important guests. Then they flew away together. Many sects had brought proud, beautiful daughters of the heavens to this wedding banquet to obtain Lin Ming's favor. All of them were left disappointed. Chapter 948, Incarnation of the Jade Slip. Chapter 948, Incarnation of the Jade Slip. Atop the peak of a floating mountain, underneath the glow of multicolored lights, Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan lay spread out on the grass, watching as the white clouds rolled past them. All the wonders around them left one intoxicated like a dream. With the world as a bed, flowers as a blanket, a beautiful woman hugged close to his chest, Lin Ming watched the scenery around him. He stood at the very pinnacle of the Sky Spill continent. His life could have been said to have reached the limit of happiness. In these past years, if Lin Ming hadn't been bitterly cultivating, then he was slaughtering or fleeing. He had rushed headlong into all sorts of dangerous situations with only slim hopes for survival. He never had a chance to calm his heart and enjoy his life. If one didn't experience such a free and glorious fairy-like life at least once, then their life would be lacking. While the road of martial arts was filled with long periods of cultivation, they also needed to become aware of themselves and their feelings. They needed to taste the hundreds of emotions in life. This was also part of cultivation. Lin Ming gently skimmed his fingers over Qin Xingxuan's body. She snuggled up to his chest like a cat. Both of their hearts were filled with an unprecedented peace. After a long time passed, Qin Xingxuan seemed to suddenly remember something. She said, "Husband, before old man Good Fortune left, he left you a letter. You might want to take a look at it." Lin Ming faintly smiled. "I already know what Senior Good Fortune wants to say. It's about the matter of ascending. Unfortunately, I cannot go along with Senior Good Fortune's wishes. Senior Good Fortune already has a sect that he has devoted his life to, and that sect is less suitable for me than the ancient Phoenix clan. I'm also only at the 5th stage of life destruction. It'll be difficult for him to open a space gate for me. I can only decline Senior Good Fortune's kind intentions." Lin Ming planned to ascend as soon as possible. He certainly wouldn't wait until he reached the Divine Sea. "Xingxuan, if there's no accident, I'll stay in the lower realms for another year or two. Before I go, I'll help raise your cultivation to the revolving core and Uis cultivation to life destruction. Tomorrow we'll go on a little adventure. I'll bring you somewhere fun." "Millimeter? Where?" "You'll know once we get there." The place Lin Ming brought Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu to was the Blood Slaughter Steps, the Road of the Emperor. With Steps Master Lin Ming bringing them, there was certainly no one that would dare stop Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu from entering the Road of the Emperor. Moreover, most of the Tower Masters and High Lords were controlled by Demon Shine. In the future, the Blood Slaughter Steps would become a great support for Divine Phoenix Island. Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu split up and went to 2 different sky-split towers, separately entering the Road of the Emperor. As for Lin Ming, he also entered and began to perceive the Emperor Stone Tablets. The Road of the Emperor Stone Tablets were far inferior to the Road of Will Lights in terms of mysteriousness. The Emperor Stone Tablets were carved with laws that geniuses had left behind after they passed through the Road of the Emperor. Besides a few people like the Demon Emperor, none of these Emperor Stone Tablets entered Lin Ming's eyes. Even the highest of these Emperor Stone Tablets were inferior to the exquisiteness of the Thunder Law's jade slip left behind by Jiang Ziji. Lin Ming was a bit disappointed by this. Empyrean Primordius and the goddess from the Eternal Demon Abyss had each left behind one Will Light, but they hadn't left behind any Emperor Stone Tablets. Lin Ming's greatest harvest on the Road of the Emperor was from entering the Grand Mist space that Empyrean Primordius had left behind. He managed to form his Grand Mist battle spirit in a single go and even came into contact with the mystical chaos laws. No such lucky chance existed in the Road of the Emperor Stone Tablets. For the next year, Lin Ming assisted Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu in cultivating, passing their days in love and warmth. During this year, Qin Xingxuan succeeded in breaking into the revolving core realm. Compared to Mu Qianyu, who broke into the revolving core realm at 30 years of age, she was 2 years faster. As for Mu Qianyu, she was at the peak of the late revolving core realm, just a single step away from life destruction. This was also because she felt her foundation and background were lacking, so she intentionally suppressed her cultivation. Otherwise she would have already broken through. As for Lin Ming, he had used this year to thoroughly stabilize his cultivation and purify his understanding of laws. He completely eliminated all hidden dangers left behind by the ridiculously rapid rise of his cultivation. In spring a year later, on a clear sunny day, Lin Ming brought Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan to Divine Phoenix Island's Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm, where they entered the restricted zone. Before Lin Ming entered the restricted zone, the temple spirit already felt his presence. An old and indifferent voice echoed in his ear. "It's been a long time, Trial Challenger. Millimeter. It's been a while. I apologize for disturbing Senior's sleep. I came this time to ask you a question. How can I break through the space barrier of this world? I would like to leave the Sky Spill continent and go to the Divine Realm." The temple spirit said, "Trial Challenger, Lady Fairy Foam already investigated the situation around the Sky Spill continent. The space-time around this planet has been blocked off by some mysterious power. If you wish to create a space channel out of this world and ascend to the Divine Realm, then it'll be very difficult. The simplest method is to go to another world through a transmission array, then take a space channel through there instead. When you left time-worn Phoenix City, Lady Fairy Foam also passed you several jade slips. One of those jade slips has a single hair of fairy foam. If you crush this jade slip, that hair will turn into an incarnation of her. You can rely on this to speak to Lady Fairy Foam again. Millimeter? That happened. Lin Ming was stunned. He didn't think that Fairy Foam would leave behind such a contingency plan. When he left time-worn Phoenix City, Fairy Foam gave him several fire concept jade slips so that he could perceive them. He never discovered anything strange with them. The temple spirit said, Lady Fairy Foam and Guru Blue Flame calculated that you have karma within the Sky Spill continent that you have not yet resolved, and a greater destiny that you had yet to inherit. If you prematurely ascend to the divine realm, then you will not be able to fully delve into your potential. Thus, they allowed you to return to the Sky Spill continent. However, a most elegant white dragon fish is still restrained by the fishermen and birds. Although you're a mighty dragon in a deep pool and you also have Lady Fairy Foam's appreciation, before you grow, your fate will inexorably be filled with layers upon layers of trials and tribulations. Without anyone protecting you, even if your destiny is potent, there still exists the danger that you will perish. So Lady Fairy Foam spent 100 years of her cultivation to keep her incarnation in her hair to accompany you. She didn't inform you of this so that you wouldn't grow an arrogant heart and display your true potential instead, reaching the peak of destiny in the Sky Spill continent and settling your karmic ties. But if you truly did suffer an accident and your life was on the edge between life and death, this jade slip would automatically shatter and Lady Fairy Foam's incarnation would appear, comprehensively and completely protecting you. Because of the laws that limit the Sky Spill continent, this incarnation wisp only has a cultivation suppressed to the peak of the late Divine Sea realm. Even so, the incarnation perfectly inherited Lady Fairy Foam's understanding of laws. For her to exterminate someone like the Sky Spill continent's highest under the heavens would be as simply as waving her hand. The temple's spirit unhurriedly said. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He never imagined that Fairy Foam handled so many matters in secret. With Fairy Foam's boundary, let alone having her incarnation suppressed to the late Divine Sea realm, even if it were suppressed to the Life Destruction realm, that would be more than enough to annihilate Yang Yun. It had to be known that Lin Ming was only at the 5th stage of life destruction and he managed to kill Yang Yun. Cultivation wasn't everything. If Fairy Foam's true form were to arrive on this world, even if her cultivation was suppressed to the 4th stage of life destruction, she would likely be able to defeat the 5th stage life destruction Lin Ming. That was the disparity brought along by different boundaries. I never thought that Senior Fairy Foam would make such arrangements. I, Lin Ming, will carve this kindness in my heart. Lin Ming honestly said. He knew he was currently an unimportant person. If he showed great talent, he could still only be considered a talented junior. When he obtained first place in the smelting trial, that was only in the lower realm's time-worn Phoenix City. The smelting trial in the divine realm was far more terrifying. There were simply far too many geniuses there. A new batch of talents appeared every 10 years or so, and these extreme talents accumulated for tens of thousands of years. Even if he was the most outstanding talent of his generation, that didn't mean he would achieve great accomplishments in the future. With Fairy Foam's status, she still painstakingly arranged such a protection for him. This was enough for Lin Ming to remember this kindness. The temple spirit said, Lady Fairy Foam has indeed taken great pains to help you, but you also did not disappoint. From when you returned until now, that wisp of incarnation has never been activated. This is proof that you perfectly resolved your karmic ties in the Sky Spill continent. You can now choose any time you desire to ascend. Of course, don't delay for too long. You already stand at the apex of the Sky Spill continent. Your destiny in the lower realms has already reached its peak. The lower realms will only be your shackles. Only by continuing into the divine realm will you be able to broaden your horizons, seek greater lucky chances, meet stronger opponents, and soar into the heaven. As for your cultivation being too low, you don't need to worry about that. Martial artists born within the divine realm occupy the vast majority. They also start from body transformation and go step by step in their cultivations. Within the ancient Phoenix clan, there's disciples at the Xiantian realm and revolving core realm. Of course, There's also disciples at the Divine Sea Realm and Divine Transformation Realm. The ancient Phoenix clan is an immensely large clan. It's near impossible to count the number of clansmen. There's probably billions, tens of billions, or even 100 billion clansmen. Each and every single one of them have a high degree of cultivation talent. Even then, while the ancient Phoenix clan is massive, it's insignificant in the face of the infinite divine realm. The temple spirit's voice still lacked any emotion. These words made it clear just how vast and terrifying the divine realm really was. In terms of martial artist strength, even if all 1 billion worlds of the 3000's boundless universes were added together, it still couldn't compare to the tiniest corner of the divine realm. Lin Ming said, "Thank you, Senior. This junior will spend another 3 months in the lower realms before officially ascending. Everything is up to you." The temple spirit's voice faded away. For the next 3 months, Lin Ming completely abandoned training. He brought his parents, Lin Xiaoge, Qin Xingxuan, and Mu Qianyu to sightsee, traveling all over the Sky Spill continent. These 3 months they rode high in the sky, looking down at the picturesque scenery. Sometimes they would disguise themselves as mortals, joining into the bustling marketplaces and experience the happiness and joy of common mortals. Other times they would spend money as if it were water. They would enjoy the most luxurious establishments in the world, savoring the high life of nobility. During this tour, Lin Ming naturally drowned himself in the pleasures of Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu, becoming drunk on their bodies. Every night they would make love until the lingering dawn approached, intoxicating themselves in the smell of each other. As the 3-month deadline approached, the two women also gave up any sense of shyness and propriety, allowing Lin Ming to hold them both at night and enjoy the blessings of 2 wives. They serviced Lin Ming together, all of them basking in love and bliss. A long life, thousands of years of youth, carefree without worry, endless wealth, beautiful women that willingly ran into his arms, his every need taken care of. In this world, as long as he wished for it, it would be his. Such a life could be said to be at the highest peak. But all good things had to come to an end. The happy times were far too short. The 3-month deadline finally arrived. It was time for Lin Ming to ascend to the divine realm. Chapter 949, Towards the Divine Realm. Chapter 949, Towards the Divine Realm. Lin Ming took out the jade slip fairy Feng left him and crushed it. For a while, countless dazzling lights formed in the sky, like a sea of fireflies had appeared. Space rippled and a red-dressed woman seemingly appeared from nowhere. This woman was elegant and tied up her hair with a long hairpin. She looked at Lin Ming and smiled with appreciation. "You have taken the initiative to crush the jade slip. Does this mean you have completed all matters before ascending to the divine realm?" This wisp of Fairy Feng's incarnation was no different from her true self. As she spoke, her eyes fell on Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan behind Lin Ming. She only needed to glance at them to guess the relationship between them and Lin Ming. If Lin Ming was ascending to the divine realm, these two women would naturally be Lin Ming's worries. "Yes, everything has been completed," Lin Ming said. "Good. For these past years in the Sky Spill continent you've resolved your karmic ties without using the power that I left with you. You've reached the limit of your destiny and delved into the depths of your intention. Now, you may enter the divine realm without worry. In the future, you may return here and it can also be your true self that returns. When Empyrean Primordius left this barrier on the world, the truth is that it only affects those from the outside. It won't block martial artists that originate from the Sky Spill continent or Holy Demon continent. Even if your future cultivation far surpasses the Divine Sea, you'll still be able to come back to this planet." As Fairy Feng spoke, Lin Ming was first startled, and then immediately overjoyed. So that's how it was. It seemed that the reason Empyrean Primordius left this seal behind was to prevent his enemies from the divine realm from entering the Sky Spill continent and Holy Demon continent. They might covet the road of the Emperor, destroy the goddess' true body, or steal the inheritances that he had left behind. However, local martial artists that originated from the Sky Spill continent and Holy Demon continent didn't have this restriction. It seemed that tens of thousands of years ago the sorcerer of the southern wilderness also returned with his true body instead of his incarnation. If it was truly just his incarnation, then it would have been difficult to leave behind those incomparably complex and exquisite 72 sorcerer pagodas. Fairy Feng said to Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan, "You too have followed Lin Ming, but now you must see your husband ascend, not knowing when he will return. That is a bit pitiful for you. I'll bestow upon you too a lucky chance as compensation." Fairy Feng flicked her finger and 2 red balls of light sunk into Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu's body. Their bodies trembled for a brief moment and they felt as if they were lit on fire with endless energy rushing into them. "These are flame seeds formed by 3 years of my cultivation and ancient phoenix blood. It also contains a fragment of fire laws. You can meditate on this and perceive it, melting it into your bodies as your train. This will assist you in breaking through to the 8th stage of life destruction and the late divine sea, giving you 10,000 years of life. That will bring you enough youthful vitality to wait for your husband's return. At that time, Lin Ming will also help you cultivate, and perhaps you may even reach the divine transformation realm, obtaining 30,000 years of life and everlasting youth." Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan were ecstatic upon hearing Fairy Feng's words. They rejoiced and hastily thanked her for her kindness. Which woman didn't wish to be beautiful? Which woman didn't wish to have everlasting youth? With Fairy Feng's boundary, just how precious was a flame seed formed by 3 years of her cultivation as well as her refined ancient phoenix blood. Moreover, the two of them also practiced fire attribute cultivation methods, so melting this flame seed would be much easier for them. If they could reach the divine transformation realm and obtain 30,000 years of youth, just what sort of concept was that? The change of a royal dynasty happened every few hundred years. 30,000 years was enough to see a dynasty change 100 times. Countless emperors, princes, nobles, leaders, all of them would pass by like clouds. Even divine kingdoms would fall during this time. But they would retain their youthful appearance and vigor. To a mortal, that was nearly immortality. Fairy Feng thought for a moment, then tossed out several bottles filled with pills into Mu Qianyu's hands. "These are spirit pills from the divine realm. They have mild effects. Among them are some fire attribute pills that can help you break through boundaries, medicines that can help you wash your marrow and transform your body, and even some heavenly materials that can prolong a mortal's life to 1,000 years. Take them and do with them as you see fit." "Thank you, Fairy Maiden." Mu Qianyu bowed once more. These pills gifted by Fairy Feng were likely far more precious than the entirety of what Lin Ming left them. "Good. Lin Ming, if you have anything else to say then speak up. If you do not, then come with me to the divine realm." "No. In place of my parents and family, this junior thanks senior Fairy Feng," Lin Ming said. "Very well. Then, let's go." Fairy Feng waved her sleeve and a bright crimson flame wrapped around Lin Ming. Lin Ming only felt slightly dizzy as countless streams of multicolored light rapidly passed by him. Lin Ming passed through space channels several times. This was clearly a space channel. He was extremely shocked. Fairy Feng didn't even use any array formations. She used her titanic supernatural powers to directly tear open the void and form this space channel. "Senior Fairy Feng, you can actually shuttle through space by only relying on a late divine sea cultivation." Lin Ming was floored. He defeated late divine sea-level powerhouses and didn't feel much awed by them. But now with a similar late divine sea cultivation presented in Fairy Feng, she was actually able to cross the void. And during the time crossing the void, they were traveling to other worlds. This was shuttling through billions of miles. It was simply unimaginable. Fairy Feng said, "This is the Great Void Shift. It's normally impossible to activate with a late divine sea cultivation, but I can make up for this difference with violet sunstones. The Great Void Shift mainly relies on a martial artist's comprehensions into the space laws. You need to reach at least the 6th level of space laws and comprehend space storm before being able to do this." Lin Ming had learned from Old Man Good Fortune that there were 10 different levels in the concept of space. They were space distortion, heaven's divide, dimensional slash, space disruption, spatial genesis, space storm, black hole vortex, 10th space dimension, world destruction, and world creation. Old Man Good Fortune had given a detailed explanation of the first 5 levels. Heaven's Divide was to form a self-contained space, creating a defensive space all attacks would fail to reach. Space Disruption was to use one's will to disintegrate space, then use the scattered power of space offensively. Spatial Genesis was to form an independent minor dimension. This minor dimension would have the 5 main elements. It would have air and it would have the ability to contain life. Upon reaching this step, one could forge magic tools like the Extreme Violet Ring. As for the 6th level Space Storm, that was to seize control of space storms. Space storms were formed from the power of space. Taking control of a space storm was to master the power of space. Upon reaching this level, a martial artist could casually tear open the void and enter a space crack. With just a thought, they could take complete control of the originally all-annihilating power of space within that space crack. A martial artist could wrap themselves in this space crack to travel forwards like a fish swimming in the water. This was the Great Void Shift. At this boundary, a martial artist could travel back and forth through the boundless universe with just a thought. They could travel 10 billion miles in just the blink of an eye. Lin Ming never imagined that not only Fairy Feng's comprehension into the concept of fire was extremely deep, but her comprehension into the space laws also reached at least the 6th level. Fairy Feng realized Lin Ming's thoughts and faintly smiled. The power of laws each have their own uses. Of course it's great the deeper into laws you're able to comprehend, but sometimes it's also good to not be greedy. If you focus on perceiving laws too much, it'll become an obstacle in your cultivation. There are some martial artists that have reached a very high boundary in cultivation but still haven't managed to comprehend the 6th level of space laws. However, they can rely on some array formation magic tools to use Great Void Shift. Yes, this junior understands. Lin Ming humbly said. After an incense stick of time, the rainbow-colored light around them disappeared. Lin Ming saw a sudden bright light and in the next moment he arrived within a grand hall. Rich fire origin energy was all around him. This was clearly no longer the world where the Sky Spill continent was located. It was impossible for Fairy Feng to break through the space barrier set up by Empyrean Primordius that divided the Sky Spill continent's planet and the Divine Realm. They could only go to other worlds before entering the Divine Realm. In this grand hall, a red-dressed woman was standing. This was Fairy Feng's true form. The incarnation that led Lin Ming here turned into pure energy and flew into Fairy Feng's body. This incarnation was originally formed by adding 100 years of her cultivation to a single hair. She could naturally take it back whenever she wished. Let's go. With your 5th stage life destruction cultivation, you will be hindered by the laws of the universe during your ascension to the Divine Realm. You'll need me to personally bring you there. The space channel between the lower realm and the Divine Realm is filled with the power of heavenly retribution. It's likely you'll be scorched to ashes. Yes. I must trouble Senior. Fairy Feng brought Lin Ming onto an altar. This red altar was completely carved with red flame jade. From the lower realm to the Divine Realm, the space was locked up by the laws of the universe. Even if a martial artist comprehended space storms and was able to freely use Great Void Shift, they would still need to borrow the power of an array formation to ascend. It was impossible to tear apart that void. Therefore, whether it was flying to the Divine Realm from the lower realms, or returning to the lower realms from the Divine Realm, neither option was easy. One had to pay a large price every trip. Normally, after a martial artist reached the Divine Realm, they wouldn't have the ability to return to the lower realms unless they cultivated to a high enough boundary and were able to afford the price. The array formation activated and the dizzying feeling of transferring through space came over Lin Ming once again. Except this time was much more intense than the previous times. In front of Lin Ming, countless beams of light formed together, forming a rainbow-colored cloud. This was a retribution cloud and contained the power of heavenly retribution. For a divine sea martial artist to ascend to the Divine Realm was the rules of the heavenly Tao. If one's cultivation was lower than the divine sea, they would receive the impediment of the heavenly Tao. The lower one's cultivation was, the greater this hindrance would be. If Lin Ming had decided to bring Qin Xingxuan with him, then even if Qin Xingxuan was hidden in the Extreme Violet Ring, she would still have to face the power of heavenly retribution, and it would be even more powerful than what Lin Ming would have to face. Even Fairy Feng might not be able to block it. Catcher. Heavenly thunder turned into a surging purple dragon that shot towards Lin Ming. Since ancient times, thunder symbolized the power of heavenly retribution, and heavenly retribution normally expressed itself through the power of thunder. Fairy Feng said, "Lin Ming, revolve your complete strength to resist this. Although I can scatter the thunder for you, there's still a great deal of escaping energy that I cannot eliminate. Moreover, you must personally resist a part of this thunder tribulation, otherwise the heavenly retribution will only become increasingly formidable. I have some pills here. If you take them, they'll increase your strength for some time and assist you in resisting the thunder tribulation." Fairy Feng flicked her finger and a red light fell into Lin Ming's hand. At that same time, Fairy Feng struck her palm against that thunder dragon. Flames soared into the heavens, and behind Fairy Feng, a massive ancient phoenix phantom formed, wildly colliding with that purple thunder dragon. Chapter 950, Phoenix Cry Palace. Chapter 950, Phoenix Cry Palace. With a ringing explosion, countless arcs of thunder and blazing flames surged outwards, blotting out the world. Fairy Feng only needed a single attack to defeat the purple thunder dragon. It turned into a massive number of tiny specks of thunder energy that came falling over Lin Ming and Fairy Feng. As Lin Ming saw this, his mind stirred. He revolved the heretical god force and began to greedily absorb the tiny specks of thunder energy like a drunk in a wine cellar. Within Lin Ming's body, the heretical god sprout trembled underneath the nourishing thunder. This was the power of heavenly retribution. It was different from the thunder of the mortal world. The inherent energy was extremely pure and was greatly beneficial towards Lin Ming. Hey! Fairy Feng glanced at Lin Ming with some surprise. She thought that Lin Ming would have some trouble resisting the thunder, but he seemed to be smoothly swallowing up the power of thunder tribulation instead. Not only was he not injured, he even seemed to be obtaining some benefits. "Lin Ming, I didn't think that you would also have such high achievements in the concept of thunder." It seems as if Fairy Feng's thoughts stirred and she immediately covered Lin Ming within her divine sense. It seemed as if she could see through him. "Not bad. Not bad at all." Fairy Feng praised. "Your body, after passing through the tempering of thunder laws several times, has already become a thunder attribute spirit body. Every cell within your body is activated through the stimulation of thunder. It seems you have an extremely high compatibility with thunder laws. Did you temper your body within thunder energy when you crossed life destruction?" Fairy Feng had amazing eyesight. She could immediately see where Lin Ming's thunder attribute spirit body came from. Senior has excellent vision. That is exactly the reason. As Lin Ming spoke, Fairy Feng scattered another bolt of heavenly retribution thunder once more. The dispersed energy was completely absorbed by Lin Ming. As the two spoke, they resisted the power of heavenly retribution in an extremely relaxed manner. "Very good. But when you enter the ancient Phoenix clan, you must focus your studies on the concept of fire. The thunder concepts are mainly concentrated in the Thunder Dragon branch of the ancient Dragon clan. There's also the ancient Kirin clan's Electric Violet Kirin branch. My ancient Phoenix clan doesn't have any great inheritances for the concept of thunder. You have passed the first 5 stages of life destruction by tempering your body in thunder, but from this point on you must temper your body within fire energy instead. This will allow your body to reach the extremes of thunder-fire compatibility." Another bolt of divine thunder was split apart by Fairy Feng. She diverted 70% of this thunder energy and let the remaining 30% flow towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. His mind touched upon the heretical god sprout and he began to crackle as he prepared to withstand this bolt of thunder. Catcher. Lin Ming's protective true essence shattered and the power of thunder violently surged into him, crashing left and right as it rushed through his meridians. It reached the heretical god sprout, and as it did, Lin Ming felt his entire body go numb. But he was also inexplicably comfortable. He couldn't help but shout out loud. "Good. Very good." Fairy Feng nodded. She linked her hands together and continued to split apart the incoming thunder. From diverting 70% of the heavenly retribution thunder, it became 60%, 50%, and then 40%, with Lin Ming having to withstand more and more of the power of heavenly retribution. His body was filled to the brim with energy as if he would burst apart at any moment. Suddenly, the heretical god sprout unexpectedly stretched out a little bud. The fourth leaf was about to grow. The heretical god sprout successfully formed the third leaf only after absorbing the purple lion thunder source as well as accumulating a massive amount of thunder energy beforehand. But the fourth leaf was beginning to form only after absorbing the power of heavenly retribution, which hadn't even condensed into a thunder soul or thunder source. It could be seen that heavenly retribution thunder was superior to an ordinary thunder source. The current heretical god sprout now had 4 leaves. 3 of them were thunder leaves and only a single one was a fire leaf. But this wasn't a problem. After Lin Ming entered the ancient Phoenix clan, the number of fire leaves would likely far surpass the thunder leaves. The power of heavenly retribution became increasingly intense. Fairy Feng repeatedly blocked in the front, but afterwards, it wasn't just thunder, but also round Dao diagrams. These were the rules of the heavenly Dao. They naturally formed Dao diagrams in space. As Lin Ming saw this, he felt the terrifying strength exuding from the Dao diagrams. He sucked in a deep breath. He thought that with his own thunder spirit body, once his cultivation rose, he might even be able to resist the heavenly Dao and freely travel between the divine realm and the lower realms. But now it seemed that he was far too naive in his expectations. These Dao diagrams were too terrifying. If he bumped into one, then he'd be reduced to ashes. Fairy Feng's expression turned solemn. She lifted both her arms and a side world formed around him. This was the projection of Fairy Feng's inner world. Facing this heavenly Dao, she couldn't help but wholeheartedly project her inner world. Bang! 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 Dao diagram after Dao diagram was shattered by Fairy Feng with countless law fragments bursting apart. This fierce collision continued for half an hour, but Fairy Feng's strength seemed to be unlimited. Her supernatural powers didn't weaken in the slightest. After an hour passed, the last circular Dao diagram was blocked by Fairy Feng. Lin Ming felt a brightness in front of him. The rainbow-colored power of space around him vanished and he arrived in the air above a great world. The skies above were vast and limitless, and the earth beneath him extended to eternity. The mountains below him seemed as small as sand and the rivers appeared like strands of silk. Lin Ming guessed that he was several thousand miles above the ground, but even though he was so high up, the ground beneath him had no end. This sort of scene was startling. An earth-shaking roar suddenly filled the air. He looked up and saw a 1,000-mile-long ancient vicious beast flying through the skies. The ancient vicious beast had massive wings and a ferocious appearance. The pressure that it emitted was bewildering. Lin Ming could clearly feel that he was in no way a match for this vicious beast. This was the divine realm. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He discovered that the heaven and earth origin energy here wasn't pure like he had imagined. Rather, it was mixed and violent. 5 elemental energy, pure yang energy, extreme yin energy, life energy, blood demon energy, ghost energy, demon essence, a multitude of energies together, overbearing and brutal. As he sucked in a deep breath of this energy, Lin Ming immediately felt the violet energies break into his meridians like wild horses. Of course, Lin Ming's boundary reached life destruction, so suppressing this energy was easy. But for a martial artist at the body transformation realm or some other low-level boundary, they might not have the ability to withstand this energy. To use this energy to cultivate, one had to separate and purify it. If one wasn't careful during training, then it was even possible to fall into madness. Divine realm martial artists actually grow up in such an environment, Lin Ming said, a bit dumbfounded. This kind of heaven and earth origin energy raised the threshold for those that could cultivate martial arts. Many martial artists with lower talents would not even have the qualifications to begin cultivating, otherwise, they might mess up the flow of energy in their meridians and die. But for those martial artists with extraordinary talent, because they breathed in this violent heaven and earth origin energy since birth, their training was tempered and their strength was even more formidable. Fairy Feng sensed what Lin Ming was thinking. She said, "The environment in the divine realm is much more brutal than the lower realms. Here is the true law of the jungle. Here, Strength is not everything, strength is the only thing. Here, the competition is far more intense, and the fate of those who are eliminated is also far more miserable. You must know that a martial artist lives for a long time, and they have numerous descendants. Because of this, the population growth here is exponential. But no matter how broad and vast the divine realm is, the resources are still limited. It's impossible for the divine realm to bear such an increasingly massive population. Moreover, not every family clan has the ability to send the overflow of their clansmen to the lower realms. Here, the result of losing is often death. Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. Indeed, if a martial artist lived for several thousand years or even 10,000 years, it wouldn't be strange if they had several hundred children. Most of these children would likely practice martial arts too, with a similarly long life. And their children would have children, continuing on and on. The population of a family clan would grow at ridiculous rates. One wouldn't even need 10 generations for a single person to produce hundreds of thousands or even millions of descendants. The divine realm existed for countless billions of years. If death wasn't overwhelmingly common, then no matter how large the divine realm was, it would be packed full with people. This was a cruel world. Let's go. I'll bring you to Phoenix Cry Palace. My ancient Phoenix clan has a total of 3 great family clans and 72 palaces, all of them located on different worlds in the divine realm. In addition, there's also the independent Ice Phoenix clan. They have a total of 36 palaces. The Ice Phoenix clan tends to live in the extreme polar regions of worlds as well as worlds of snow and ice and other hidden worlds. They don't reach out to the outside world often, and they also aren't managed by us. Even though the ancient Phoenix clan has a true total of 108 palaces, the number referred to is usually the 72 Fire Phoenix palaces. I'm from Phoenix Cry Palace and am also the 69th seated disciple of the Phoenix Cry Palace's Palace Master. 69th disciple? Lin Ming repeated, his mouth hanging open. In his impression, Fairy Feng's strength was extremely overbearing. He feared that she was no weaker than a character like the Demon Emperor. This impressive character was only the 69th disciple of Phoenix Cry Palace. And the ancient Phoenix clan had a total of 107 other palaces that were similar to Phoenix Cry Palace. Just how many masters were there? Fairy Feng sensed Lin Ming's thoughts. She said, the Phoenix Cry Palace Master has a total of 81 disciples. He gathered 9 groups of 9 disciples. And these 81 disciples also have varying levels of strength. The strongest amongst them that stand out are only 5 to 6 individuals, and these people are called the Vice Palace Masters. I'm one of the Vice Palace Masters of Phoenix Cry Palace. I see, Lin Ming nodded. He found this much easier to accept. As Fairy Feng spoke, she brought Lin Ming and tore apart the void again, using the Great Void Shift once more. The space of the divine realm was extremely stable. It was countless times more difficult to tear space here as opposed to the lower realms. With Lin Ming's strength, his casual attack could shatter space in the Sky Spill continent, but in the divine realm, his strongest attack was barely able to distort space. After an incense stick of time, Fairy Feng broke through space and appeared above an endless sea. The seawater was unexpectedly a gold color. Looking at this dazzling sea of gold from afar, this sight was beautiful and mesmerizing. Lin Ming looked all around but couldn't see so much as a shadow of Phoenix Cry Palace. Fairy Feng formed a seal. The space in front of Lin Ming suddenly twisted, extending outwards like ripples in the water. A several 100-foot gap appeared in space. And through this space gap, Lin Ming could see a world. A world hidden in the void, a world that was created by an overwhelming supernatural power. Phoenix Cry Palace was actually hidden in this world. It had to be said that the space within the divine realm was extremely stable. For someone to split open and create a great world here, Lin Ming found it difficult to imagine just what level of character that must have been. Chapter 951. Contention. Chapter 951. Contention. Casting out his divine sense to the limit, he wasn't able to sense the boundaries of this world. All he saw were billowing clouds, endless celestial mountains, immortal islands, and heavenly cave dwellings. this entire world was a paradise. Floating amongst the clouds were countless spirit birds and spirit beasts. The spirit beasts rolled about in the air, many of them hundreds of miles long, some even 1,000 miles long. Lin Ming could even see a sea serpent dragon in the distance, the same sort that had emitted the sea serpent gas in the 8,000-mile black swamp, the same sort of sea serpent dragon whose gas could form sea serpent crystal. Phoenix Cry Palace's sea serpent dragon was over 1,000 miles long, and its immense body was draped over a massive mountain range. It sprayed out ridiculous amounts of gas, but this gas was actually different from the black corrosive poison in the 8,000-mile black swamp. Rather, this gas formed rainbow-colored clouds, beautiful and auspicious. Besides the sea serpent dragon were golden crows, flame birds, vermilion birds, and many other birds and beasts of all colors that resembled phoenixes. All of them soared through the skies between heaven and earth. Lin Ming looked at this scene, awestruck. These celestial mountains, immortal islands, endless clouds over an infinite sea, fairy birds, spirit beasts, and this world that was created within the void, all of this was shocking. Who cared about the 9-furnace divine kingdom or demon god imperial palace? Those quasi-6th grade and 6th grade sects of the Sky Spill continent were nothing more than little uncivilized bumpkin villages compared to the massive metropolis of the ancient Phoenix clan's Phoenix Cry Palace. Fairy Feng calmly brought Lin Ming into Phoenix Cry Palace. A 7 to 8 mile high 5-colored bird immediately flew in front of Fairy Feng and prostrated itself before her. This 5-colored bird looked like a phoenix and also like a vermilion bird. Compared to this spirit bird, the vermilion birds of Divine Phoenix Island were nothing more than little chickens. Not even mentioning aura and pressure, just their size was unbelievable. This 5-colored bird was 7 to 8 miles tall, but the vermilion birds of Divine Phoenix Island were only 70 to 80 feet tall. They just couldn't be compared. Alas, nothing could be done about this. The current vermilion birds of the Sky Spill continent were distant remnants of ancient birds that were inoculated with the blood of the ancient phoenix. Although the blood of the ancient phoenix had extremely mystical properties, several drops alone wasn't enough to allow these birds to reach the divine sea realm in strength. Moreover, the Sky Spill continent's ancient phoenix clan was extinguished 100,000 years ago. With no one to raise the vermilion birds, weed out the weak from their bloodline and further fuse ancient phoenix blood into them, after 100,000 years, those ancient vermilion birds bred with common birds, diluting their bloodline repeatedly until it was a faint shadow of the past. Now, they no longer had their past glory. When Divine Phoenix Island was established, if a vermilion bird were to grow up they would reach an extreme Xiantian cultivation. If they could train some more, it would already be impressive for them to reach the late revolving core realm. A few drops of ancient phoenix blood, after passing through the weakening of 100,000 years, just how much could there possibly be left? This was the difference of inheritances. There was no comparing those vermilion birds to this 5-colored bird in front of him. Fairy Feng and Lin Ming stepped onto the 5-colored bird. The bird spread its vast wings and soared into the skies, passing through layers upon layers of celestial mountains and immortal islands. After 15 minutes, Lin Ming finally saw a titanic palace looming in front of him. This palace's dimensions were beyond belief. It simply looked like a small planet. It was even possible that this palace was forged from a planet by a top supreme elder. Lin Ming was deeply shocked. But thinking about it some more, this was also normal. The normal ancient Phoenix clan was comprised of 3 great family clans and 72 palaces. Each palace held several hundred million or even a billion ancient Phoenix clansmen. With so many people, how could this palace possibly hold them if it wasn't the size of a planet? Fairy Feng brought Lin Ming towards Phoenix Cry Palace. As they said, a mountain in the distance could run a horse dead. Even though Lin Ming could see Phoenix Cry Palace in front of him, and the speed of the multicolored spirit birds and beasts were at thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, they still flew for a long time before arriving at Phoenix Cry Palace. As they neared Phoenix Cry Palace, Lin Ming could finally sense just how immense it was. Even the 7 to 8 mile 5-colored bird he rode on was nothing more than a tiny speck of dust in front of this massive palace. Within this palace, there were countless great jade temples and pagodas. Above the palace, There were 9 great suns floating in the air, each of them showing a vague golden crow within. 9 golden crows, 9 suns in space. Lin Ming very much suspected that the 9 suns in the sky were evolved from the 9 golden crow saint beasts. Phoenix Cry Palace was a true immortal paradise. Approaching Phoenix Cry Palace, he could see countless ancient Phoenix clan disciples shuttling back and forth on spirit birds and spirit beasts. There were endless saint beasts and spirit boats flying about. Many people bowed as they saw Fairy Feng. As one of Phoenix Cry Palace's vice palace masters, she naturally enjoyed an extremely high status. As Fairy Feng was about to bring Lin Ming down towards Phoenix Cry Palace, the sounds of heavenly music resounded in the air. Lin Ming looked up to see a massive ship carved in the form of a golden eagle, pulled by 9 crimson sun birds, slowly flying towards them. Around this large ship were 72 heavenly women flying, each of them slender and beautiful, fragrant and alluring. They carried various instruments, ribbons, flower vases, or art pieces, while chatting. Heavenly music lingered around them, making the scene look like an emperor was going out on a trip. This large ship stopped in front of Fairy Feng. A thick curtain of divine silk was pulled open and a handsome man stepped out, holding a beautiful woman in his arms. He smiled at Fairy Feng from the great ship. I was wondering who it was, so it was junior apprentice Sister Yang. The man lazily spoke to Fairy Feng, not even sparing a glance at Lin Ming. This man referred to Fairy Feng by her surname. Fairy Feng's surname was Yang, and her full name was Yang Fengxian. Fairy Feng was only a title. Lin Ming could feel the aura and surging momentum from this man's body, as if a sleeping volcano was sealed within his body, absolutely terrifying. This man was another divine realm supreme elder that surpassed his understandings. However, from this man's posture, he didn't seem to be on good relations with Fairy Feng. As Lin Ming was thinking of this, Fairy Feng's eyebrow arched up. She coldly smiled and said, "Sun Yangming? What do you want? 30 years ago you ate a flame yang pill and borrowed the world-returning divine furnace from Xiao Jiuyang to cultivate. You even used a time-shifting array to slow time down, taking 1 year as 10 years. You closed up for 30 years, but in fact that was equal to 300 years. For such a long time, you still haven't managed to make a breakthrough. Not only is your cultivation the same as it was 30 years ago, but your true essence isn't any thicker at all. You're truly a waste of resources." Fairy Feng's words left Lin Ming secretly flabbergasted. He never thought that Fairy Feng would have such a fierce side to her. Facing her enemy, her words sharply confronted him, harsh and contentious. Fairy Feng's words were obviously meant to poke at Sun Yanming's sore spots. His complexion turned ugly as he was unable to refute her words. Sun Yangming glanced at Lin Ming and suddenly smiled, appearing much happier. He thought that Lin Ming was Fairy Feng's attendant, but now he discovered something interesting about him. "You're a martial artist that ascended from the lower realms?" Sun Yangming immediately saw through Lin Ming's status. The most significant difference between a divine realm martial artist and a lower realms martial artist was the true essence within their bodies. A divine realm martial artist cultivated with violent and mixed heaven and earth origin energy, making the energy within their bodies much more brutal and powerful. It wouldn't be so calm and gentle like the energy within a lower realms martial artist. To ascend with a 5th stage life destruction cultivation, haha, you must have an unrivaled powerhouse who formed their own inner world as your protector to do so, otherwise you would be reduced to ashes by the explosive power of the heavenly retribution. No wonder, so it was junior apprentice Sister Yang who took a trip to the lower realms, consuming a massive amount of violet sunstones in order to bring you up. That's quite strange. A lower realms martial artist is actually held in such high esteem by junior apprentice Sister Yang, to the point she would bring you here? Could it be that junior apprentice Sister Yang knows that she has no one to support her here in the sect and that it's impossible for her to compare with senior apprentice brother Jiuyang? Does she want to establish her own forces and picked you up, the little baby boy, to do so? Sun Yangming intentionally bit out the words little baby boy, the mocking tone thick in his voice. Indeed, with his boundary, a 5th stage life destruction martial artist that ascended from the lower realms was indeed only a little baby boy. Junior apprentice Sister Yang, Do you really plan on waiting for the lower realms martial artists to grow up and support you? Haha. Junior apprentice Sister Yang, I must say, don't you think your plan of relying on these lower realms martial artists is a bit too naive? Sun Yangming rubbed his chin, sizing up Lin Ming and also wantonly piercing through him with his perception, seeing through his body. This was extremely rude behavior. Lin Ming tried as hard as he could to prevent this divine sense, but there simply wasn't anything he could to stop it. Haha, what a handsome young boy toy, he really is good material for a cute little gigolo. Sun Yangming exposed a disdainful smile, his meaning apparent. But his words actually angered Fairy Feng. A cold light flashed in Fairy Feng's eyes, and in less than 100,000 of an instant, a light misty blue light shot out from Fairy Feng's eyes and thrust into Sun Yanming's body. Sun Yangming shook as something painful happened to him. His features twisted and he backed away, his face whitening. This glance also interrupted Sun Yanming's perception so that Lin Ming didn't have to resist that powerful pressure anymore. It was obvious that Sun Yangming was far inferior to Fairy Feng in strength, otherwise he wouldn't have been forced back by a simple glance. That's a battle spirit. Lin Ming was startled. Everything had happened in a flash. He only managed to speculate that it was a battle spirit from the brief flash of light, and moreover, it was absolutely above a gold battle spirit. Once one reached a gold battle spirit, their will would be able to directly project onto reality and affect the real world, multiplying the strength of a battle spirit. Fairy Feng had obviously superseded this boundary. The higher boundary a battle spirit was, the greater impact it would have on one's combat strength. Now, Fairy Feng had relied on just her battle spirit to have Sun Yangming eat a loss. Lin Ming was a bit surprised. He thought that if this Sun Yangming was mocking Fairy Feng, then he should have strength at least equal to hers. He didn't think the disparity would be so great. Did he have backing behind him? Was it that senior apprentice brother Joyoung? If he obviously opposed someone stronger than him without someone propping him up from behind, then that was just seeking death. As Lin Ming was thinking, Yang Fengxian sent out a red beam of light that wrapped around Lin Ming. She coldly said, "We're leaving." Yang Fengxian disappeared like a bolt of lightning, leaving behind the gloomy Sun Yangming. Sun Yangming took out a soul recovery pill and swallowed it, his eyes flashing with a tint of fear and malice. "Yang Fengxian, you're ruthless. I'll wait for the day that senior apprentice brother Yang becomes the Phoenix Cry Palace Master, and on that day, you'll be finished. When that day comes, I will rip off your proud and haughty exterior and humiliate you." Chapter 952, 9 Divine Shifts. Chapter 952, 9 Divine Shifts. Led by Fairy Feng, Lin Ming flew on the 5-colored bird towards Phoenix Cry Palace at lightning speed. A strong heavenly wind blew past Fairy Feng, sending her hair recklessly waving in the air. Lin Ming stood behind her, silent. "Do you have some questions in your heart that you would like to ask?" Fairy Feng asked. "I do have some questions, but it seems they are power struggles between the upper-level figures of Phoenix Cry Palace, so they don't have much to do with me," Lin Ming calmly said. His current boundary was simply too low. These high-level power struggles of Phoenix Cry Palace didn't have much of a connection to him. Simply because you don't think you're related doesn't mean you aren't. What is relevant to you will be relevant to you. Lin Ming, you are someone that I hold in high esteem, and as someone that I brought to Phoenix Cry Palace, you can be considered my person. As someone who is on my side, I can naturally provide you resources. But at the same time, you will also have to face many enemies. Phoenix Cry Palace has a total of 9 great Vice Palace Masters, the first of them being Vice Palace Master Sage Joyoung, also known as Xiao Joyoung. He is from one of the ancient Phoenix clan's 3 great family clans, the Xiao family clan. He has been a disciple longer than I have, and his talent is extraordinary. He has experienced many fortuitous encounters, and is extremely strong. He has a massive amount of personal connections in the sect, and he is also ridiculously rich, to the point where he can toss away resources like they're nothing. There's many talented disciples, palace elders, and hall masters that have received benefits from him. Many matters of Phoenix Cry Palace are also handled by him. Every year, The rising stars amongst the new disciples almost all follow him as subordinates. It can be said that within Phoenix Cry Palace, Xiao Zhuyang's words are as good as law. When the palace master goes into seclusion, Xiao Zhuyang often manages many of the important matters. The palace master will soon resign from his position, just another few hundred years. At that time, he'll go to the ancient Phoenix clan's core Heaven Phoenix Palace to enter closed-door cultivation, and the struggle for the position of palace master will begin in earnest. Out of the 9 great vice palace masters, one of us will be chosen, and out of all of us, Xiao Zhuyang has the highest chances of winning. As Fairy Feng spoke, Lin Ming immediately became aware of what was happening. This power struggle of authority was for the position of the palace master. In the mortal world, when a crown prince struggled for the throne, they could sacrifice family and friends. The vice palace masters of Phoenix Cry Palace were neither family nor friends. In the divine realm where strength was worshipped and respected above all, the power struggles would be even more ruthless. Lin Ming asked, "Senior Fairy Feng, do you plan on struggling for the position of Phoenix Cry Palace Master?" "Of course. Why wouldn't I struggle? As someone who walks the road of martial arts, the most important goal in my life is cultivation. Without cultivation, everything else is hollow. In order to increase my cultivation, I'll need massive lucky chances. Becoming the Phoenix Cry Palace Master is such a massive lucky chance. If I become the Phoenix Cry Palace Master, I'll be able to control this divine palace and freely move resources as I see fit. The treatment and resources enjoyed by the palace master cannot be compared to others. Of the ancient Phoenix clan's 72 palaces, each palace master commands their own land and receives the help of the ancient Phoenix clan. Not just that, but everyone will ride on your coattails. Those that earnestly followed you will be able to enjoy good fortune, and as for those that worked against you, they'll suffer miserable fates." The man you just saw is called Sun Yangming. Although he is my senior, his strength is limited and he isn't even a vice palace master. He flatters Xiao Zhuyang because he thinks that he will obtain benefits after Xiao Zhuyang becomes the palace master. Fairy Feng thoroughly explained the situation to Lin Ming. Whether it was emperors of the mortal world, or palace masters of the divine realm, one had to have the support of others to struggle for status. If the entire Phoenix Cry Palace was willing to support someone, then the other vice palace masters couldn't struggle for the position even if they wanted to. Fairy Feng started late and the moment when the palace master would resign was just several hundred years away. She had to cultivate her own troops to help her resist Xiao Zhuyang. It was natural for her to value Lin Ming so highly. Lin Ming became clear on what was happening. Regardless of what his own attitude on the matter was, in the hearts of everyone else he had already joined Fairy Feng's side. But this result wasn't too bad. In a place where the factions were distinct, it was best to join one of them. Trying to maintain a neutral stance and fish for benefits from both sides was impossible. He would just receive a cold shoulder from both factions and obtain no resources at all. Moreover, the reason that he could ascend to the divine realm with just a 5th stage life destruction cultivation was all thanks to Fairy Feng helping him. According to Sun Yangming, she had to consume a massive amount of violet sunstones to help him ascend from the lower realms. Not just that, but she had even helped raise Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan's cultivation, and had even left behind an emergency life-saving jade slip. Lin Ming certainly remembered all of these benevolences. If it weren't for Fairy Feng, Lin Ming would have had to wait until he reached the Divine Sea to ascend, and that'd be a great waste of time. In this world there were no good intentions without reason, nor were there bad intentions with no reason. Even if Fairy Feng had a motive behind her actions, Lin Ming would still repay her kindness. After understanding all this, Lin Ming said, "I thank Senior for the high appraisal. This junior won't disappoint Senior. Millimeter, good. If you follow me, I won't treat you unjustly. Come, I'll take you to get a status badge as well as give you some violet sunstones and jade slips." Fairy Feng brought Lin Ming to the Burning Sun Hall. This was a 1,000 feet grand hall at the edge of Phoenix Cry Palace. After stepping into this flame-colored grand hall, Lin Ming could feel a rich and savage flame aura blowing towards him. There were already many disciples here waiting in line. All of them were new disciples to the Phoenix Cry Palace. There were many of them that had ascended from the lower realms like Lin Ming. But unlike Lin Ming, they all had a divine sea realm cultivation. Just that group of people had over 200 individuals, and the overall line was over 2 miles long. It wasn't strange when one realized how many people were gathered here. It had to be known that Phoenix Cry Palace was less of a palace and more of a planet. This was a great world with several 100 million people living here. Amongst these several 100 million people, the vast majority of them were at the revolving core realm or below. They weren't disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace, but rather martial artists that diligently trained every year, going through all sorts of harsh inspections in hopes of being promoted to a disciple. There was always a great number of new disciples at Phoenix Cry Palace. In the Skyspill continent, those that reached life destruction were extremely powerful, and those that reached the divine sea could rule over their own side of the world. But in Phoenix Cry Palace, the life destruction and divine sea realms were only the lowest basic requirements to apply for being a formal disciple. When Lin Ming arrived, he immediately attracted the attention of many people, especially since he was being escorted by Fairy Feng. Although they didn't know she was a vice palace master, they could faintly feel just how terrifyingly formidable she was. And yet, such a character was leading a new disciple to obtain his status badge. Compared to all of them that had lined up here, the treatment was clearly different. Who is he? I don't recognize him. He should be someone that ascended from the lower realms though. I wonder which clan he came from. Does he have special connections? Otherwise, how could he possibly trouble such a great person to lead him? He doesn't even need to wait in line. A martial artist who also ascended from the lower realms grumpily said. He could only watch as Fairy Feng brought Lin Ming to the front of the line to obtain his status badge, while he himself was already waiting here all day. Humph, what connections could he possibly have? If he had connections, why would he go to the lower realms? He would have already been enjoying himself in the divine realm. I think that he must have offered some great treasure. Every year tens of thousands of new disciples enter Phoenix Cry Palace. I wonder just how many of them think to offer up some sort of treasure. It wasn't known which martial artist said this, but everyone suddenly felt this made sense. They began to regret that they themselves didn't bring their own treasures. But then again, it wasn't simple to take out a treasure that could tempt the heart of a divine realm powerhouse. Another martial artist jealously remarked, I have no idea what good thing that brat picked up, but humph, it's stupid of him to give it away. Those that cultivate martial arts should focus on themselves, since when can others help you? If he finds a lucky chance, it's best to keep it for himself to use. I bet that brat won't last more than a few years. Lin Ming ignored the envious stares of those around him. He obtained his status plate. Looking at it, he could see that there was a golden crow spreading its wings engraved into the front, and the words Lin Ming Command carved into the back. Lin Ming came from the Skyspill continent's Nguyen family clan, so he should be named Nguyen Ming. However, he felt that this name was a bit awkward, so he decided to use his given name instead. In any case, the ancient Phoenix clan only looked at one's bloodline. The surname was just for recording purposes. Normally, a disciple that just joined would have to perform a variety of chores. For instance, guarding, mining, tending to the medicine garden, and so on. But because of his relationship with Fairy Feng, he was exempt from this mandatory service. Moreover, this was different from the Fire Crow command that ordinary disciples received. This was the higher-level Golden Crow command. According to their rank, Phoenix Cry Palace disciples were divided into 4 different halls. These were Firebird Hall, Golden Crow Hall, Vermilion Bird Hall, and Phoenix Hall. Lin Ming should have entered the lowest level Firebird Hall, but because of Fairy Feng, he directly entered Golden Crow Hall. If his future results were extraordinary, he would be able to rise up and enter Vermilion Bird Hall, and finally set his sights on Phoenix Hall. From bottom to top, every hall had a massive disparity in treatment. Lin Ming certainly wanted to enter Phoenix Hall as soon as possible. He couldn't help but ask Fairy Feng, Senior Fairy Feng, how do I enter Phoenix Hall? Fairy Feng was already expecting Lin Ming to ask this. She explained, there are 2 ways. The first is to reach divine transformation. You'll then obtain the qualifications to enter Phoenix Hall. After you pass the entrance examination, you'll be able to enter Phoenix Hall. But this examination is extremely strict. There's many people that cannot pass it even after reaching the divine transformation realm. And the second way? Lin Ming wanted to enter Phoenix Hall earlier. The divine transformation realm seemed a bit distant to him at the moment. Fairy Feng replied, the second way is a bit more difficult. That is to reach the 9th stage of life destruction. If you do, you can directly enter Phoenix Hall without need for any examination. Oh! The 9th stage of life destruction. Lin Ming was stunned. This was quite the shortcut. From the way it sounded, even in the ancient Phoenix clan, a 9th stage life destruction martial artist was quite rare. The divine realm's top talents were powerful, enjoying top resources and the guidance of world kings. But these talents were only in the tiny minority. How many world kings could there be, and how many top resources were there to be divided? The divine realm had many people, and the average person was stronger than the average person from the lower realms, but they were far from being comparably with Lin Ming. Lin Ming was confident he could reach the 9th stage of life destruction. Fairy Feng saw Lin Ming's eyes flash and she understood what he was thinking. She laughed and said, not bad. Indeed, you must break into the 9th stage of life destruction, otherwise you'll meet a bottleneck at the Divine Lord realm. After life destruction are the 3 great realms of Divine Sea, Divine Transformation, and Divine Lord. Each of these 3 large boundaries are divided into 3 small boundaries of early, middle, and late stages. 3 small boundaries within 3 large boundaries, that is a total of 9. Every martial artist that walks the road of martial arts must journey towards Ninefall for the 9 divine shifts. Journey towards Ninefall means to reach the 9th stage of life destruction, and completely transform your mortal-born body into a spirit body. Without crossing the 9th stage of life destruction, it will be extremely difficult to complete the 9 divine shifts. Chapter 953, Saint Artifact Pavilion. Chapter 953, Saint Artifact Pavilion. The Divine Sea boundary is the first step onto your road of becoming a god. Your Dantian opens up to form a minor dimension, able to accommodate true essence as your Dantian becomes a sea. Divine transformation falls upon the word transformation. It's where you evolve the world within your Dantian to a dimensional realm. Finally, the Divine Lord realm is to truly become a god. A true world will evolve within your Dantian and you will be able to sustain endless true essence. In addition, this world can even hold people, forests, lakes, seas, rivers, countries, and even stars. You can contain a massive number of your subjects in the world. When that happens, you shall be the god that they all believe in, you shall be their Divine Lord. That's why this boundary is named the Divine Lord boundary, it's to truly become a god. If you can cross the 9 stages of life destruction, that doesn't necessarily mean you will become a Divine Lord. But after reaching the Divine Lord realm you won't encounter endless bottlenecks and your potential will be far greater. Lin Ming was intrigued by the explanation given to him by Fairy Feng. In truth, when he inherited the memories of the ancient devil, he became aware of the Divine Sea, Divine Transformation, and Divine Lord boundaries. But the ancient devil only knew that the Divine Lord boundary could contain forests and lakes. As for containing stars and even evolving the Dantian into a great world that could contain countless people to live there, this was the first time Lin Ming heard of this. According to Fairy Feng's description, this world could have countries, farms, wars, sacrifices, life and death, joy and sorrow, the emotions of passing time, countless stories and legends all being staged simultaneously. It'd be like a country in the Skyspill continent. There could even be martial artists that cultivated, using the heaven and earth origin energy that the Divine Lord would pour into their body's great world. If they obtained a lucky chance they could even cultivate to the Divine Sea realm. Of course, compared to a martial artist that grew up in a true boundless universe, their difficulties would be multiplied many times. A martial artist would become a divine god of their own inner world, with the worship of countless people. When they fought, they would even have the support of an entire great world's origin energy. Just how powerful would that be? It was almost impossible to imagine. That was a true and tested divine lord. Fairy Feng said, "All right. Lin Ming, I have already informed your situation to Jun Yunru. She is one of my people and will guide you to your own dwelling. Here is a jade talisman, you can use it to contact me if you wish. I hope that you will soon enter Phoenix Hall." Fairy Feng flicked a spatial ring directly into Lin Ming's hands. Lin Ming swept his divine sense through the spatial ring and found that it contained not only a jade talisman to contact Fairy Feng, but also a massive amount of purple-colored divine stones and a complete set of jade slips. Without a doubt, these were violet sunstones, and the jade slips were fire attribute cultivation methods and concept of fire jade slips. This was obviously special treatment she gave only Lin Ming. Ordinary disciples couldn't even beg for them. After Fairy Feng left, several disciples walked over. The one leading them was a woman, and behind her were also 3 men and 2 women. One of these men looked older, while the 3 others appeared to be young disciples of Golden Crow Hall. "Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, I am Jun Yunru. Honorable Master Fairy Feng already sent me a sound transmission and bid me to look after you." As Jun Yunru spoke, she carefully sized up Lin Ming. The 4 young disciples also looked at Lin Ming with strange eyes filled with judgment, their expressions filled with a thick envy. Any person that could be personally led by Fairy Feng had to be highly valued in her mind and would likely have incomparably rich resources in the future. It had to be known that although Fairy Feng's status was inferior to Sage Joyang within Phoenix Cry Palace, whether it was in power or influence, obtaining her recognition was only a shot in the dark for the vast majority of disciples. Phoenix Cry Palace was indeed divided into factions, but the majority of disciples didn't even have the qualifications to enter a faction. They were too weak or their potential was too small. Others didn't even notice them, so gathering them to their faction was useless to begin with. "Yes. Senior Apprentice Sister Yunru, I also look forward to your advice. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin is too polite." Jun Yunru faintly smiled. She introduced Lin Ming to the other disciples here. "This is Lin Ming. You may call him Junior Apprentice Brother Lin. All of you will have to look after him in the future. Honorable Master Fairy Feng has already sent a sound transmission detailing me on the situation. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin ascended from the lower realms, and he is the top 100,000-year talent of a great world there, able to kill a divine sea powerhouse at just the 5th stage of life destruction." As Jun Yunru spoke, the other disciples' eyes widened, especially upon hearing that he was the top 100,000-year talent of a great world and was able to kill divine sea powerhouses with a 5th stage life destruction cultivation. Although the martial artists of the lower realms were far inferior to the fierceness of the divine realm's geniuses, it was still a great world with countless trillions of lives. Within such a great number of people, being able to be the top talent in 100,000 years was no trifling matter. Martial artists that ascended were also unrivaled geniuses of their era. They had great potential to begin with, and to them entering the divine realm was like a true dragon plunging into the vast seas, ridding themselves of their shackles and going beyond all control. The disciples behind Jun Yunru were valued by Fairy Feng, and they were all extremely talented individuals. Each one of them was a proud and haughty genius of their generation, and they had all passed fierce competitions and brutal assessments. They were originally common subjects of the Phoenix Cry Palace world, and finally managed to make their way into the ranks of official disciples. Out of the hundreds of millions of lives on this world, they managed to stand out. Although they were temporarily residing in Golden Crow Hall, it was more or less decided that they would enter Vermilion Bird Hall in the future. They even had high hopes of entering Phoenix Hall. However, they didn't have the qualifications, nor were they as daring to call themselves the top 100,000-year talent of a great world. This title only belonged to a truly freakish monster. Now that they saw Lin Ming in front of them, besides his handsome appearance and his ethereal, untouchable temperament, he didn't seem anything special at all. In fact, he was quite ordinary. It was hard to imagine he was such an extreme genius. A male disciple couldn't help but curl his lips and say, "The top 100,000-year talent of a great world, this title seems a bit exaggerated, right? I'm not saying I suspect you, it just seems a bit excessive to me." For instance, if I went to the mortal world and saw a random fortune teller who earned his meals by reading palms, and he told me that he was actually a divine lord realm powerhouse that wanted to experience life as a common mortal, wouldn't that be a bit shocking? The man shrugged as he spoke. Jun Yunru's complexion turned a bit ugly. What kind of stupid analogy are you trying to make? It's a complete mess. Well, whatever, first we'll bring junior apprentice brother to his residence and help him familiarize himself with the area here. Let's go. As these disciples were discussing, Lin Ming didn't interject once, only lightly smiling throughout. He guessed that Fairy Feng only heard about his matters from the ancient Phoenix Great Temple's temple spirit, and the temple spirit's knowledge of what happened outside of the divine Phoenix mystic realm was extremely limited to begin with. Fairy Feng probably didn't understand what his true strength was. As they were walking, the several Golden Crow Hall disciples didn't give up. They tried to strike up a conversation with Lin Ming, asking, I must say, junior apprentice brother Lin, I heard that you killed many divine sea-level powerhouses. How many have you slain? Millimeter, around 15 to 20. Lin Ming truthfully said. He hadn't really been paying attention to how many he had killed. So many. The several disciples' eyes widened. Good heavens, 15 to 20. Although the divine sea powerhouses of the lower realms couldn't be considered powerful, they were still divine sea martial artists. Killing 15 to 20 of them was quite an amazing feat. Junior apprentice brother Lin, my name is Lin Juanji. It seems that we both share the same surname. You are really awesome. Out of those 15 to 20 divine sea powerhouses you killed, who was the most powerful amongst them? What was his cultivation? A young female disciple asked while blinking. She looked like a 16 to 17-year-old young girl and was extremely cute and lovable, just like a small rabbit. Her manners were very polite. Lin Juanji had to admit that it was impossible for her to kill a divine sea powerhouse if she had a 5th stage life destruction cultivation. However, the divine sea powerhouses of the lower realms were disgustingly weak, and there were even 4th and 5th stage life destruction martial artists that were able to rely on lucky chances to enter the divine sea. Their strength was pathetic to the point of being an absolute mess, so she did have a faint trace of hope of defeating someone like that. Lin Ming frankly answered, the strongest person I killed had an early divine sea cultivation. The strongest divine sea powerhouse Lin Ming was referring to was naturally Yang Yun. Yang Yun had failed to complete his great blood refining art and had finally relied on combusting his blood essence and ruining his blood law eye in order to forcibly raise his combat strength to the middle divine sea for a short period of time. But his cultivation was truly at the early divine sea. However, as these disciples heard this, they assumed something different. Early divine sea realm. That's not too preposterous. Lin Juanji muttered to herself, patting her chest as if she were letting out a sigh of relief. If it were only the early divine sea, the disciples of Golden Crow Hall could also do it. Even their elder senior Jun Yunru could accomplish that. Another disciple with the surname Louis had an understanding expression as he said to everyone with a true essence sound transmission, it seems this Lin Ming really did kill a divine sea master with a 5th stage life destruction cultivation. I heard that the divine sea powerhouses of the lower realms are generally absurdly weak, so facing such a divine sea powerhouse, it's possible to kill 15 to 20 of them if he does so one at a time. Millimeter, I also believe I can do this. Even if I can't kill them, I can still defeat them. Yeah, and that title of number 1 talent in 100,000 years might not be so real either. There are many lower realm talents that don't have this sort of title. But if he has exceptionally rare talent, there might be some people that wanted to win him over, so of course they would compliment him and choose some pleasant words like giving him the title of top 100,000 year talent. This title simply spreads around and is repeated to the point that everyone confuses what is real with what is fake. Indeed, senior apprentice brother Liu's explanation makes much more sense. The several disciples spoke amongst each other and quickly found their minds calming down. These talents were all very proud and haughty individuals. They certainly didn't want to admit that they were weaker than others. Of course, since Lin Ming was personally brought here by Fairy Feng, it was natural he was stronger than them. So long as he was just a tad stronger than them, they could accept it. As the disciples were talking amongst themselves, Jun Yunru only listened, not interjecting her opinion. Finally, as they were discussing the final result, she finally said, "There's no limit in the universe, there's always higher heavens and stronger people. Don't think that the martial artists of the lower realms are all inferior to the martial artists of the divine realm. Although the divine realm is vast and boundless, the lower realms are just as great. The number of martial artists in the lower realms might even surpass those of the divine realm." Jun Yunru glanced at Lin Ming. She could feel that he was restraining his aura within his body. Although she couldn't speculate anything based on this, she believed in Fairy Feng's judgment and knew that she wouldn't be wrong. Lin Ming would inevitably prove that he was an outstanding talent. But as for how strong he actually was, that would be seen in the future. She suddenly thought of something, saying, "Junior apprentice brother Lin, since you just arrived at the divine realm, you shouldn't have a good weapon in hand. How about I bring you to Saint Artifact Pavilion to choose one?" Saint Artifact Pavilion was not a simple weapon storage area. To choose a weapon here depended on one's strength and talent. It wasn't as simple as it seemed. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.